As we pray to Almighty God for His blessings upon Northwest Territories and all its 5 administrative regions, Dechko, Inuvik, North Slave, Satu, South Slave. God, please keep Northwest Territories under your care. God, we pray for your blessings upon Commissioner Gerald Kisson, Senator Margaret Dawn Anderson, House Member Michael McLeod, Premier R.J. Simpson, Speaker Shane Thompson, and 17 other members of Legislative Assembly of the Northwest Territories as they seek the common good. God, please grant wisdom, clarity, understanding, discernment, knowledge to these men and women as they do work of serving the needs of the people of Northwest Territories in the exercise of their duties and making laws as they make difficult decisions and critical choices. Please give strength to them for the heavy burdens they carry and guide their decisions, and may they always put love first. Keep their hearts pure as they work in the best interest of the people they are called to serve. These leaders are real people with real needs. Inspire them. Please protect and strengthen each one of their families. God, we also ask that you give these leaders courage so that even when it is hard, they will continue to boldly represent the constituents' needs and those of the most vulnerable. Bless them so that they may be people at peace among themselves and a blessing to others with whom they live and work. They may lead with diligence and serve with humility. Grant them compassion for some citizens often overlooked and underserved. Thank you, God, for your bountiful blessings upon Northwest Territories. We are grateful. Thank you for these leaders and for their families. Now, starting with Gayatri Mantra, which is considered the most sacred mantra of Hinduism, I shall read from ancient Hindu scriptures, Rig Veda, which is world's oldest extant scripture, Upanishads, Bhagavad Gita in Sanskrit, followed by the English interpretation. Om Bhur-Bhuvah Svah Tat Saviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Diyo Yona Prachodayat. We meditate on the transcendental glory of the Deity Supreme, who is inside the heart of the earth, inside the life of the sky, and inside the soul of the heaven. May He stimulate and illuminate our minds. Astoma Sadgamya, Tamsoma Jyotirgamya, Mrityor Mamritam Gamya. Lead us from the unreal to the real, lead us from darkness to light, lead us from death to immortality. Tasmada Sakta Statam Karyam Karma Samachara Asakto Hyacharan Karma Paramapanoti Purusha Karma Nevahi Samsiddhi Mastita Janakadya Loka Sangreha Mevapi Sampa Shankar Tumrahasi. Strive constantly to serve the welfare of the world. By devotion to selfless, one attains the supreme goal of life. Do your work with the welfare of others always in mind. Om Saha Navavatu, Saha No Bunaktu, Saha Viryan Karva Bahai, Tejasvi Navadita Mastu, Ma Vidvisa Bahai. May we be protected together, may we be nourished together, may we work together with great vigor, may our study be enlightening, may no obstacle arise between us. Samniva Kuti, Samna Hirdhyaniva, Samnamastu Vomano, Yathava Susahasti. United your resolve, united your hearts, may your spirits be at one, that you may long together dwell in unity and concord. Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Peace, peace, peace be unto all. Om. Thank you.
Colleagues, I want to thank Rajan Zed, President of the Universal Society of Hinduism, for delivering our opening guiding words today. This is the first time in history of our Assembly that we have an opening Hindu prayer. Mr. Zed has encouraged interfaith dialogue worldwide. He's read invocation in U.S. Senate, U.S. House of Representatives in Washington, D.C., and has bestowed with the World Interfaith Leader Award. He was invited by the President of European Parliament in Brussels, Belgium, for a one-on-one meeting to promote interfaith dialogue. He has been a panelist for On Faith, an interactive conversationist on religions produced by the Washington Post, and has been producing a weekly multi-faith discussion column, Faith Focus, since February 2021 or 2011. Colleagues, I had the honor of meeting with him this morning, and I quite enjoyed our conversation. So if you wouldn't mind, give him a big round of applause for being here today. Thank you. Thank you. Minister statements. Minister for Municipal and Community Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, today I would like to highlight a successful initiative that the Department of Municipal and Community Affairs is supporting to remove hazardous waste from solid waste sites in communities across the Northwest Territories. Over the years, I've witnessed firsthand how quickly solid waste sites can fill up with piles of debris and hazardous materials, including liquid waste that is expensive and complicated to remove. Community governments across the Northwest Territories have quickly run out of room to store this hazardous waste. To address these historic stockpiles of waste, diversion and improvements projects have been implemented in regions throughout the territory. This work will not only free up valuable space in community solid waste sites, it will also decrease the overall risk of contamination to residents and the environment. The Department of Municipal and Community Affairs has partnered with 26 communities across 5 regions to successfully access funding from the Government of Canada to advance this cleanup work. The work of implementing a Clean Start program will also help us deliver on one of the key actions listed in the N.W.T. Waste Resource Management Strategy. Mr. Speaker, this important work began in 2023 in 9 communities: Betchico, Fort Providence, Hay River, Fort McPherson, Sax Harbor, Sigachik, Uluhuktuk, Norman Wells, and Toledo. In total, over 600,000 kilograms of hazardous waste, including nearly 250,000 liters of liquid hazardous waste from 8 of these 9 communities have been removed, with waste from Sax Harbor awaiting removal on a barge this summer. To put this work into perspective, this is enough hazardous waste to fill up more than 6 NHL-size hockey rinks. It is clear, Mr. Speaker, that this partnership has made significant difference in solid waste sites throughout the Northwest Territories. The plan for this summer is to complete cleanup in 12 of 14 additional communities throughout all regions of the territory, with work remaining in communities scheduled for 2025. As this cleanup work is completed, the Department of Municipal and Community Affairs will follow up with community governments to make operational improvements designed to prevent further stockpiles and reduce waste. These improvements include more frequent compaction to save space, reduce fire risks, and help manage bear attractions, and also decrease the wind-blown debris. Other management practices like improvement waste segregation or regular removal schedules will also prevent stockpiles from reoccurring. In closing, Mr. Speaker, this coordinated project allows community governments to pool their resources and address a problem that is difficult for any one community to manage on their own. By building these partnerships with community governments and the Government of Canada, we could collaboratively address many of the challenges associated with waste management while enhancing public safety and environmental protection. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister, Municipal and Community Affairs. Minister's statement. Mr. Premier.
Mr. Speaker, it's my honor to stand before you to commemorate a significant milestone for Inuvialuit and all residents of the Northwest Territories. This year marks the 40th anniversary of the Inuvialuit Final Agreement, a landmark event that we celebrate each year on June 5th as Inuvialuit Day. 40 years ago, the Committee for Original Peoples Entitlement signed the Inuvialuit Final Agreement with the Government of Canada. This historic agreement was the first comprehensive land claim north of the 60th parallel and set a precedent for future negotiations of land, resource, and self-government agreements, not only in the N.W.T, but across Canada. The Inuvialuit Final Agreement confirmed the Inuvialuit ownership of over 90,000 square kilometers of land, including nearly 13,000 square kilometers of subsurface rights. This agreement has been instrumental in preserving the cultural identity and values of the Inuvialuit people, enabling them to participate equally and meaningfully in the northern and national economy. Under the agreement, the Inuvialuit received financial compensation and secured wildlife harvesting rights. The agreement also established the Inuvialuit Regional Corporation, the Inuvialuit Game Council, and ensured Inuvialuit participation on various co-management boards, safeguarding their right to be involved in decisions affecting their land and resources. Mr. Speaker, the celebration of Inuvialuit Day is a reminder of the strength and resilience of the Inuvialuit. It is a time to honor the hard work and dedication of elders who have preserved and passed down their culture, language, and identity. It is also a time to recognize the importance of our ongoing partnerships with Indigenous governments. As we commemorate this 40th Inuvialuit Day, we reaffirm our commitment to working collaboratively with the Inuvialuit and all Indigenous governments to build a future that respects and honors their contributions and rights. We look forward to continuing our journey towards reconciliation and shared prosperity. Please join me in congratulating all Inuvialuit on this remarkable 40th anniversary of the Inuvialuit Final Agreement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Premier. Minister statements. Minister statements. Member statements. Member from Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, during a time of fiscal restraint, it's easy to view arts as an extra, a nice to have when times are good, but a budget line that should be cut when we're tightening our belts. Mr. Speaker, I think it's time we stopped viewing arts as simply a budget line. It doesn't need to be something that's separate from our real priorities, like education, economy, healthcare, housing. It can be a way of doing things and a way of approaching problems with more creativity, more humanity, more connection. Art is more than something that professionals do on stage when they perform for the rest of us. Art is how we express ourselves. As groups, it's how we express our cultures, and as individuals, it's how we express our own unique identities. A healthy person and a healthy community incorporates art forms every single day, through written and spoken stories, through songs and drum dances, through the clothing we make with materials from the land, through the murals that brighten up our public spaces. It's how we keep renewing our connection to the land and the world around us. Now, our priority in this Assembly is to build up a healthy workforce. So I think we need to make sure arts are integrated into every stage of education and training. We all know that to teach young kids the alphabet, you have to sing songs and tell stories. But even as we get older, we continue to learn better through the arts. It's more engaging, it sharpens our brains, makes us more creative in our problem solving, and it makes kids want to attend school. If we want to develop a dynamic and robust economy, we need innovation and entrepreneurship, and that can only come from training our people to be creative. And if we're looking for competitive advantage in the global economy, our niche could be in high-value cultural products, cultural tourism, film, art, telling our stories to the world. In promoting mental health and combating addictions, the most effective ways to reach people, to inspire hope and self-confidence could be through arts and culture programs. In terms of our housing priority, there's a public housing complex in my riding, which is full of boarded-up units right next to a school. A local resident is spearheading a mural project to involve local children in painting those ugly boards. Mr. Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent just to conclude my statement. Thank you.
Thank you. Member from Yellowknife North is asking unanimous consent to conclude her statement. Seeing no nays, you may conclude your statement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So as I said, a local resident is spearheading a mural project to involve local children in painting up those ugly boards, so the children who live in those units can feel pride in where they live and feel part of a community initiative. Mr. Speaker, we should not underestimate the power of arts in achieving this Assembly's priorities. Thank you.
Thank you, member from Yellowknife North. Member statement. Member from Range Lake.
Mr. Speaker, there's no comparing the recent surge of violent crime and drug activity in the North to any other moment in our modern history. Over the last year, my constituents and I have learned to brace ourselves when we check the local headlines because we've grown to expect a procession of drug busts, assaults, and murders each week. I know my colleagues in this Assembly and their constituents share this anxiety. The addictions crisis is reaching into all of our communities, and as the drugs flow in, the violence is never far behind. Violent crime and the drug trade go hand in hand. Total drug violations have increased steadily over the last 10 years, and homicides have risen alongside them. These drug dealers are now bringing in guns, and they are certainly using them. In previous years, the RCMP would confiscate 1 or 2 handguns, but last year they've seized more than 30. There have been multiple homicides in Yellowknife this year alone where handguns were confirmed to be the murder weapon. I am pleased to see this Assembly is taking action. The new crime reduction unit has been described by the RCMP as a game changer because once it's up and running, the N.W.T will no longer have to rely on the federal drug crime unit for help. Instead, this N.W.T unit will be kept on the road, providing effective surveillance of suspected drug activity and prompt dissemination of information so they may quickly obtain the warrants needed to shut those illegal activities down. However, there is still much work needed to be done here in this Assembly to support this new unit and the RCMP officers who put their lives on the line to get this difficult job done. We need scan legislation so civil courts can pursue owners and occupants of homes who are facilitating criminal activity. We can't let anyone turn a blind eye, and there needs to be consequences, and the RCMP need to be able to quickly seize assets related to criminal activity. Housing N.W.T needs more tools as well. They can't just be waiting for a noise complaint when the neighborhood knows there's something going on. We made some progress, Mr. Speaker, but we can't lose our focus. Let's keep working to give law enforcement the tools they need to keep our communities safe. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Hear, hear.
Thank you, member from Range Lake. Member statements. Member from Great Slate.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, today I am joining many of my colleagues and will speak to the theme of housing. Mr. Speaker, I believe that public housing can be a net good and benefit for our communities, but it must be supported within a framework that allows for collective pride and a cooperative approach. I also believe in providing smart investments into the maintenance of public housing, such as retrofits and new builds as needed and where appropriate. But part of the problem here is that the fact that the federal government has continuously cut funding into public housing significantly since the 1980s. So it feels like Housing N.W.T has limited choices in front of them. I also want to take the chance to share some insights that Dr. Julia Christensen outlined in a new book, Housing, Homelessness, and Social Policy in the Urban North. In short, the book's research finds that effective housing policies in the North must be contextually and culturally rooted. Moreover, Mr. Speaker, Dr. Christensen has spoke further in the media, clarifying that Indigenous Northerners are disproportionately represented in those experiencing a lack of housing on their own homelands. This means that it is imperative to connect the contemporary issue of homelessness with the ongoing effects of colonialism, because this issue is a social justice, human rights, and treaty rights issue all in one. Mr. Speaker, our model and definitions on homelessness come from southern Canada, so it isn't reflecting the realities of homelessness manifestations in the north. Dr. Christensen also states that homelessness does not exist on an island solely in urban centres, but is rather interconnected to the dynamics of chronic housing needs in smaller communities. That interconnectedness also plays into the fact that NGOs in urban centres like Yellowknife do so much with so little to provide emergency housing. Mr. Speaker, we must provide these NGOs with consistent funding. In closing, Mr. Speaker, not only do we need smarter investments into our public housing system, but we also need to provide consistent and annual public funding to the nonprofit sector to assist in filling the gaps that our government is unable to fill on its own. I will have questions for the Minister of Housing. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Member from Great Slave. Member statements. Member from Inuvik-Boot Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, before I give my statement today, I would like to join the Premier in congratulating the Nunavut Regional Corporation on their celebration of the 40th anniversary of signing the Nunavut Final Agreement. And to my colleagues and friends in Inuvik, have a great day, and I wish I was there participating today and flipping hamburgers with them. So it's have a great day up there. Mr. Speaker, I too will speak to housing today. Mr. Speaker, long wait lists for N.W.T residents when accessing public housing is an ongoing issue that has been raised numerous times in this House. Housing affordability and adequacy are the biggest housing challenges facing the residents of Inuvik. When people can't afford homes or the homes are not adequate, they turn to public housing. Mr. Speaker, we know there are many people who are on public housing wait lists, and in some cases these people are waiting years to get into public housing. But this is not publicly reported in the Housing's N.W.T annual reports. The Minister of Housing stated in this House in 2021 that Inuvik had 73 people on the wait list. On March 31st, 2021, the Minister of Housing tabled a unit status report. In this document, it notes that there are 239 public housing units in Inuvik and 226 were occupied. At that time, Mr. Speaker, there were 13 units sitting empty. 11 were noted as needing repairs, and 73 people were patiently waiting for housing units to come available. Mr. Speaker, on April 23, 2024, Housing N.W.T signed a collaborative agreement on housing with the Gwich'in Tribal Council. In this agreement, repairs and renovations are identified under possible areas of joint coordination. Mr. Speaker, this is encouraging news. I trust that through this initiative, Housing N.W.T will be addressing the empty units needing repairs in Inuvik, and that there are policies in place that ensure the priority for elders and people living with disabilities to access these units, Mr. Speaker. On a positive note, that it is the trend that more Inuvik clients are accessing home ownership programs. And Mr. Speaker, if we can find a way to provide some economic activity in these regions in their territory, I'm sure that that number will climb. But we must, Mr. Speaker, ensure that if we're serious about solving our housing crisis, if it is indeed one of our government's top priorities, we must ensure that the units we own are maintained to an adequate living level. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Member from Inuvik-Boot Lake. Member statements. Member from Mackenzie Delta.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the mid-1960s, the Executive Council was in place to somewhat govern the people of the Northwest Territories. The majority of residents were of Indigenous descent and lived a traditional lifestyle. This so-called government decided to intervene on our independence and our strength as a nation. It stated that they wanted to make our lives more comfortable and convenient, so they started building public housing units. The Gwich'in people, who did not want their lifestyles changed, but the government officials were persistent in bettering our lives. Now fast forward to the new millennium. We, along with the rest of Canada, are experiencing a housing crisis with no immediate solution in sight. Mr. Speaker, that was over 50 years ago, and most of these units are still being occupied today, including the unit where I moved in as a 4-year-old boy. When we first moved into the housing units, it had no running water or proper washroom facilities that we take for granted today. So we still had our daily chores. The biggest obstacle that we had to adapt to was our heat source. Prior to public housing, everyone heated their homes with firewood, and today we are reliant on fossil fuels and having to deal with global warming. Mr. Speaker, with the intervention of this so-called governing body, they changed our lives forever. The government owns the land within the municipal boundaries. We pay for the water that once flowed freely for our use, and we even pay for this disposal of our garbage. Mr. Speaker, the Indigenous people of the past were deceived. They were verbally promised that if they stayed in these public housing units for at least 10 years, they would own the units. Today, the descendants of these peoples are homeless, in arrears with housing N.W.T, and are lost souls in land that once was called home to the strongest and most independent people. Mr. Speaker, now that we are in a housing crisis with the rest of Canada, the government of today has to involve the Indigenous peoples because we are the ones who are impacted the most. The community membership knows that their community needs and who are the most vulnerable residents who requires the help. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member from Mackenzie Delta. Member statements. Member from Trinidad-Willity.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, CMC financial support for housing in N.W.T is not going to last forever. But when it comes to delivering on housing needs, this government is still stuck on status quo. CMC funds for base operational maintenance for public housing is declining over year after year, going down to zero by 2038. But as usual, this budget proposal just funnels more money into the housing in N.W.T and makes no attempts to plan for the future. This is the future where Indigenous governments have authority over their own housing needs, and this future is coming with whether the territory government likes it or not. 2038 may sound far away, but at the pace we're going in, we will reach that date without a plan. Without a plan to shift control of housing over to Indigenous governments means attempting to set up for failure. And in that event, this transition fails, the territory as a whole will suffer. Many are suffering already. However, public housing waitlists are too long and the policies are not working. The Indigenous governments are in my riding of Trinidad-Willity know what works and what needs to be done and are waiting to get work for the people. But instead, they are forced to compete with housing N.W.T for funds needed to repair homes and build new homes, while CERNAC funds for Indigenous funds from Indigenous governments goes straight into the N.W.T pockets with little to no accountability. Federal, territorial, Indigenous governments need to start working together in housing for my communities and communities across the north. And the leadership needs to make that cooperation happen, rest with the N.W.T. In the long term, the government needs to outline how this transition will take shape in short term, and they need to deliver resources efficiently to that housing in my communities. See an improvement as soon as possible. If the government acts soon, I'll know my community in Flitsike will lose out on 10 housing units by the federal government this year because we're not able to secure funds for the territorial government to develop the lots they will be built on. While with housing a top priority for this assembly and this government, what a shame it would be to see those efforts go to waste. I look forward to questioning the Minister of the Housing and N.W.T today. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member from Trinidad-Willity. Member statements. Member from the Decho.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in the last sitting, I moved a motion for the government of the Northwest Territories to recognize housing as a human right. Mr. Speaker, I believe that housing is a human right because without housing, there is no foundation. Without a place to call home, there is no structure, no stability. How can we expect people to go to school, participate in the workforce, or raise their families to live freely if they are inadequately housed? Mr. Speaker, acknowledging housing as a human right implies that the government has to implement policies and programs to ensure that right to housing for all residents within the shortest possible time frame. It also recognizes that programs and policies need to address those in greatest need, the homeless. The mandate of the 20th Assembly has prioritized housing. This government has committed to increase housing availability, to collaborate with partners and Indigenous governments, to reduce homelessness and increase sustainable housing. I want to acknowledge the Minister of Housing is working in collaboration with Indigenous governments to address the housing crisis, and this is very positive. Mr. Speaker, I believe the Minister of Housing is moving in the right direction. However, Mr. Speaker, the federal government has recognized in legislation that housing is essential to the inherent dignity and well-being of a person.
Yes.
And I see no reason why the government of the Northwest Territories cannot do the same. Mr. Speaker, we should be able to acknowledge that without housing, our people have nothing. Our housing policies and programs should be measured how well we are achieving the right to housing for all residents of the N.W.T. I will have questions for the Minister of Housing later today.
Thank you, member from Ledecho. Member statements. Member from Moffley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I spoke in this House about my concerns for elders, that we have elders in communities who are held into mortgages from the N.W.T, which they cannot afford. For these elders who are on fixed income, it's not just only mortgage, but it's also a public housing unit that I am talking about too. For these elders who are on fixed income, once their file is transferred into collections, they are trapped with so little money they won't ever get out of housing debt. The Financial Administration Act, a manual, provides guidance for consideration when forgiving or writing off debts. The main consideration is that the circumstances justify seeking forgiveness. The Information Bulletin 64.01, Forgiveness and Remission, provides further guidance on this. Under the Information Bulletin, it details that if a debtor is considered indigent, that is acceptable criteria for the government to forgive debt. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, this describes the situation of many of our elders. How is the N.W.T assessing and determining when a client may not be in a position to financially pay the debt owed to the government? Under 62 of the Act, a debt can be forgiven if the board considers that collection of the debt unreasonable or unjust, or that it is otherwise in the public interest to forgive the debt or obligations. The N.W.T can take steps to forgive debt to N.W.T and the Housing Corp for elders and seniors specifically who are no longer in the workforce to alleviate debt when it has become unjust and unreasonable. I will have a question for the Minister of Finance later today. Thank you.
Thank you, member from Moffley. Member statements. Member from Framley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm going to join my colleagues in speaking to the theme of the day, which is housing. I intend to put a bit of a different spin on it. Mr. Speaker, housing is a priority of this Assembly and also one of the most pressing concerns of our residents, which many of us have been speaking to over the past few weeks. Some may not realize it, but the N.W.T is actually one of the largest landlords in the territory. The government owns the land on which many of our residents' homes sit, especially in our smaller communities, Mr. Speaker. About 1 in 3 privately owned households outside of the 5 largest communities in the N.W.T sits on a N.W.T land lease. This is in comparison to just 0.4% of homeowner households within the 5 largest communities. Mr. Speaker, Chris Van Dyke is a resident of Yellowknife, and last month he handed in his thesis for his Master of Planning that he completed at the University of Guelph. His research explores this uniquely northern situation. The researcher found that more than $450,000 annually is charged for residential land lease fees throughout the N.W.T. Communities with a higher percentage of homes sitting on land leases also have a higher number of homes in need of major repairs. The researchers suggest that there is a need for more interdepartmental collaboration to address housing barriers and that land policies have to be a part of this consideration. The researcher advises that policy amendments are needed to facilitate Indigenous organizations' access to land and that the elimination of residential land lease fees in our smaller communities must be considered. Mr. Speaker, the takeaway here is that since the GNWT owns the land on which resident homes sit, GNWT land policies have a direct impact on our residents' access to and quality of housing. Mr. Speaker, let's keep housing in mind when we consider land management and the policies around it. Thank you.
Thank you. Member from Frame Lake. Member statement. Member from Yellowknife.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Aurora College transition concern still is a concern in Yellowknife. It's a live issue. Mr. Speaker, we've heard from the chair, the president, and the incoming president about the unfunded transition. Mr. Speaker, this is serious stuff. Mr. Speaker, they're using their surplus just to keep the doors open on this particular issue and the lights on. Mr. Speaker, we need to ask ourselves the tough questions. Why is this issue not being discussed? The minister will say she talks to the chair all the time. Makes you wonder, what do they talk about then if this never comes up? Mr. Speaker, the president talks about incomplete work. She identified 200 projects need to be done for the transition, but that said, she said it's not done yet and they still have work to do, but they're not properly funded to do this initiative. The president acknowledges the $8 million from CERNAC. Thank you, Minister Van Dal. Please send more. At the same time, the GNWT only gave $1 million, which was earmarked, as the minister had said, and the president had confirmed, for education, BED, and social work. But that said, they have to use that for the transition. So they're finding ways to do this, but they're scraping by. Mr. Speaker, money needs to be dedicated for the transition the transformation process. Why do I say this is so important? Well, you don't have to go so far as looking to the Aurora College corporate plan. I'm not going to table it, but I'm sure it is tabled, Mr. Speaker, but the 2023-24 plan on page 2 refers to the transformation into a polytech. It further goes on to the implementation plan. Oh, but there's more, Mr. Speaker. On the 20 to 2023, strengthening the foundation planning for change talks about the, again, transformation. We don't have to look any further than just over a year ago, on March 6, 2023, then Honourable Minister Simpson, who was the Education Minister, and I quote, committed to transforming Aurora College into a polytech. I could go on. Mr. Speaker, oh, wait a minute, there's more, believe it or not. Aurora College has an Aurora College Act, and Section 6.1 refers to the mandate. Yesterday, the minister talked about the mandate potentially discussed in July. Mr. Speaker, now's the opportunity to sharpen our pencil and write it clear and loud to the college that we are supportive of a transition from the college into a polytech to support Northerners, Mr. Speaker. But lastly, it needs to be funded. They're just words until we see some actions. I look forward to some clear decisions today. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member from Yellowknife Centre. Member statements. Member from Hay River North.
Mr. Speaker, can you feel it, Mr. Speaker? Can you feel the excitement in the air? The N.W.T Track and Field Championships are back after 5 long years. And Mr. Speaker, I am excited. I'm excited for the youth who have missed out on this event 5 years in a row. I was lucky enough to participate in many track and field events in Hay River, and they're some of the best memories that I have. I'm also excited for the community. The Track and Field Championships brings over 900 athletes into Hay River, as well as hundreds of volunteers, parents, and chaperones. Mr. Speaker, the community swells in size by 1/3 when track and field happens. It is the biggest event of the year in Hay River, and it's back, and I couldn't be happier. And so I want to say thank you to all of the volunteers who make this happen. I don't think people understand how labor-intensive it is, and it's a labor of love, because we have some of the same volunteers who've been doing this year after year, decade after decade. And of course, Mr. Speaker, I want to say good luck to all of the athletes, and of course, have a great time in Hay Riviera. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I'd love to see you on the track there, Premier. Member statements. Member from Inuvik Twin Lakes.
Mr. Speaker, today I want to congratulate the Inuvialuit Regional Corporation on 40 years since signing this monumental land claim agreement. I want to thank the current chair of the Inuvialuit Regional Corporation, Dwayne Smith, and the board of directors on the work that they do to lead this organization. I want to take this time to honor the many people who have worked together to make this agreement a reality 40 years ago today. Many of those signatories to the Inuvialuit final agreement now passed on, but their families live on and thrive. The Inuvialuit people continue to be stewards of these lands, passing on their culture and traditions to generations to come. Mr. Speaker, the Committee of Original Peoples Entitlement Board, there was late Peter Green, who was the president and from Paulatuk. The late Charles Haugak, he was the vice president and from Sax Harbor. The late Sam Ratty, director from Inuvik. The late Billy Day, a director from Inuvik. The late Eddie Grubin, director from Tuktoyaktuk. The late Bertha Rubin, director from Paulatuk. We still have with us Annie C. Gordon, a director from McClavic, and Elsie Klingenberg, a director from Ulahaktuk. But we cannot forget those negotiators that negotiated this agreement, and who we still have with us today, Nellie Cornier from Tuktoyaktuk, the late Andy Carpenter, Sax Harbor, the late Robert Kuptana, Ulahaktuk, the late Nelson Green from Paulatuk, the late Mark Nuksana from Tuktoyaktuk, Rini Airy of Aklavik, who's still with us today, the late Agnes Semler of Inuvik, and their chief negotiator, Bob Delory, who I remember always in that room with his pipe. Mr. Speaker, I can say that my political career may have been instilled in me at a very young age, but I didn't know it back then. What I now realize is the meetings that I witnessed in this small room, 2 doors down from my house, when I was about 6 years old, with no table in that room, just chairs, where they sat around with federal leaders or federal negotiators like a sharing circle. This room included these past leaders where they were ensuring and securing the future of the Inuvialuit people. So once again, I congratulate them on their 40 years. Kwanaini, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member from Inuvik Twin Lakes. Member statements. Member from N.W.T.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today we are celebrating 40 years of the signing of the Inuvialuit final agreement. This agreement is a culmination of many, many years of negotiations by Inuvialuit who sacrificed their lives, the time away from their families, time away from the land, from harvesting, from work, to see this agreement through. This agreement's negotiation was born at a time when industry was knocking on the door in the Arctic and government was opening it up. To protect our rights, our land, and the ocean, the Inuvialuit developed a negotiating mandate based on evidence which include mapping out our traditional land use and occupancy, Indigenous rights to the land, and co-management of the area. Mr. Speaker, 2 elders we lost in May 2024 were very significant to the negotiations and the implementation of the claim. Mr. Robert Kuptana, a generous, kind-hearted Inuvialuit who was part of the negotiating team on behalf of the Inuvialuit, a signatory to the Inuvialuit final agreement, former IRC chair and CEO, a harvester, a hunter, a husband to Agnes, a father and grandfather, an Inuvialuit language expert who could speak 3 dialects of Inuvialuktun with ease. I wish to honor Robert today. Also, I want to recognize Mr. Frank Pokiak, former chair of the Inuvialuit Game Council. Frank was instrumental in implementing the Inuvialuit final agreement. As chair of the Game Council, he was the lead in all co-management efforts and representing us globally. Frank was a harvester, a hunter, a tradesman, a husband, a father and grandfather. I wish to honor Frank today. Over the last little while, we've lost so many, including Mrs. Margaret Klinkenberg, Mr. Barry Jacobson, Ms. Nita Felix, Mr. Angus Imahawk, Mrs. Maureen Pokiak, Mrs. Mabel Nigiok, and Mr. Adam Wilkie. God bless their families and prayers for comfort and strength today and all the days ahead. Their greatest legacy are their children and grandchildren. I offer congratulations to Dwayne Ningasak-Smith, IRC Chair and CEO, and the entire N.W.T team in celebrating 40 years of successful implementation of the N.W.T Final Agreement and governance of the N.W.T Regional Corporation, a corporation that's diverse, successful, and an example for many other land claim organizations. Koe naini, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member from the N.W.T. Member statements. Good afternoon, colleagues. Today is going to be a very difficult time for myself. As I say goodbye to a friend who has been a big part of my family's life, whether it was the boss to my son, bus driver for my kids, sponsor of numerous events and trips for the youth of the community, key driver of a sports program, businessman, you name it, Pat was that person. Pat was born September 20th, 1959 in Fairview, Alberta, to John and Annie Rowe. Early on in his life, the family moved to north to Hay River, and this is where I first met the family. Finally, in 1971, the family moved to Fort Simpson. Pat joined the Navy in 1977 and traveled the world. During this time, he met Sandra and had two wonderful children, Becky and Michael. In 1983, Pat returned to Fort Simpson, where he started and grew PR contracting to a successful business. As well, Pat was instrumental in helping improve the Village of Fort Simpson Fire Department. If this was not enough, he would be seen volunteering for the curling club, golf course, and supporting community events wherever he could. Colleagues, I'd like to share a couple of stories here today. As people said, he had a big heart. I could tell you he hired a 10-year-old boy to work for him. My son was looking for a job, but didn't know where to go and how to get one. I gave him a couple ideas and options of who he could ask, and said he'd have to be there to go there by 8:20 in the morning. My son thought about it and decided to ask PR contracting for a job. He got up early, asked me to drop him off at the shop, and he would go from there. About 8:40, my son showed up to my office. I asked him how it went. He looked at me and said, "Pat doesn't show up until 9 o'clock. Why did you get me up so early?" After chatting with me, he took off to see Pat, and that July morning, he started working for him. I have to say, he spent the last at least 10 to 12 years working for that company, and we much appreciated this mentorship. Pat had a habit of telling stories, and you would think there was no way this happened or it was that bad. A mutual friend told me that he was a storyteller, but not the way you would think. As she explained, he would stretch the truth a bit. As I explained to her, that's how a storyteller operated. She said, no, he downplays the situation as people wouldn't believe the truth. I laughed about her comment, but didn't think about it anymore until I was on a trip with him. I can tell you it was a very interesting trip. However, about a month later, he was telling somebody about it. After this story was finished, I looked at him and I said, man, I wish it was that good. Like most people in your life, we have some amazing stories, and I don't have enough time to tell you more. Therefore, I'd like to have the rest of my speech deemed as read. I can tell you his passing left a huge hole in the community and the life of family and friends. He will be sadly missed. Member statements. Statements. Returns to oral questions. Returns to oral questions. Recognition of visitors in the gallery. Recognition of visitors in the gallery. Replies to the budget address, day 7 of 7. Member from Tuna Day Willity.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I was first elected on February 10th, 2022 in a by-election. And I came to the 19th Assembly midway through a 4-year term. Prior to coming to the Assembly in the 19th Assembly, the priorities were already set. The mandate of the government of Northwest Territories were set. The mandate letters were all publicized, and so anyways, I came in and thinking that I'm able to try to help my constituents in the tune of the ability writing. And I looked at the issues and concerns. I met with local leaders and listened to what they had to say. So back in the day, I brought these issues up to the Premier of the day, Caroline Cochrane, and I told her that our writing is not mentioned anywhere in the 19 priorities and the 22 priorities and the mandate. And she told me that well, the train left the station, it's going fast, and I'll try my best to throw your luggage onto the train. And so it was tough because you know, we have a lot of problems in our community, and so at the end of the 19th Assembly, none of my luggage got thrown on the train, and whether it be in housing or education or Winter Road or Ice Road or anything like that. So anyway, there were 22 priorities that were set in the 19th Assembly, and I would say most of them were probably worked on or achieved, and I had a hand in some of them. But going forward to today, Mr. Speaker, I got to remember when we first got elected back in November in 2023 as the newly elected MLAs, we brought forward issues from our riding, but we all got together as MLAs with the Circle of Aboriginal Leaders here in the Northwest Territories. And we were able to listen to everybody's concerns and issues. And from there, in February of 2024, we met again as MLAs at the ski club here in Yellowknife and to talk about setting the priorities of this government and for the 20th Assembly. And so we did that. We came up with 4 priorities. 4 from the 22 from the previous Assembly. And I thought that we did a good job in trying to identify, you know, what the needs were from listening to everybody throughout the Northwest Territories and also the leaders. And sustainability, accessibility, and affordable of housing is number 1. A strong economic foundation was number 2. Access to healthcare and addressing the effects of trauma and save residents and communities. Those are the 4 that came out of our discussions when we got together as MLAs going into the 20th Assembly. Now that the mandate letters, I'm assuming it's going to be coming pretty soon, it's going to be publicized, and now that we're 6 months into our term, and I look forward to seeing those letters. But anyway, I just want to just briefly talk about that. But what's going on now, Mr. Speaker, is that I wrote letters to the Finance Minister outlining concerns and priorities for my writing during the March 15, 2024, and also further put together another letter addressing what I think needs to happen with housing in my writing. As you know, the Minister for Housing N.W.T, they have a policy in place when dealing with communities and home ownership and repairs, etc. And I heard it from my community members that those policies really don't work for our people in small communities. Either you owe money, or you have land taxes, or you make too much money, or you make enough. You name it. And so that was a problem. So I was able to put together a letter to the Finance Minister, and hoping that I'd be able to trying to get some of the priorities from my writing into the 20th Assembly budget. And so anyways, I went through the budget carefully. It's a big budget. It's $2.29 billion. We're $1.6 billion in the deficit. We're about $1.6 billion that's coming from grants and contributions from Government of Canada. My writing, we have 2% of their overall population that is for my riding alone. But yet at the same time, the budget overall we're getting 0.4% overall that comes to my riding. And that's a little bit concerning. So, Mr. Speaker, I just wanted to point that out because it's, to me, when I look at this budget, and now that we go through the, what you call the business plans for all the departments, they go in front of a AOC, Accountability of Oversight. And we had a chance to review all the budgets and almost line by line. And what I see here is that this budget is coming from all the departments in government and coming from the deputy ministers defending the budgets of their department. And so when I go through this whole thing in terms of what is needed for my riding, I don't see nothing in this business plan because the deputy minister knows best what's for my community. So going back to the 19th Assembly, we got 22 priorities. The 20th Assembly, we got 4 priorities. And I sent in letters asking that we could probably try to get into the budget, but I don't see it. So the other issue I have concerns with too, Mr. Speaker, is that this government also announced that there's going to be a reduction, about $150 million a year for the next 4 years. And already, I think there's just over $8 million in housing they're looking at reducing. And it's going to be very hard for me to try to understand that because yet, you know, we got priority is number 1 for housing, but yet we're reducing our budget. But then until I see the mandate letters coming from this government, it's going to be very tough for me to understand that how are we going to deal with the housing crisis here in the Northwest Territories. We got about 10,000 homes short, and we're nowhere near trying to fix this problem that we have. And so I've been raising this in the 19th Assembly and also in the 20th Assembly. So I do have questions for the Premier on the plan as to how we're going to deal with this issue, but I'm hoping to talk to the Minister about this again. But anyway, Mr. Speaker, when I go through the budget, it's the future for my riding doesn't look good for this fiscal year. I'm hoping that maybe over the next 2 to 3, the second and third and fourth year, I'm hoping that the government of Northwest Territories and Cabinet could really take a look at the letters I put forward, and based on the feedback I got from the leadership in my riding, and see what we can do to try to get that onto the next year's budget, because, Mr. Speaker, small communities do matter. Hear, hear. And to me, when I read this budget, it's geared for the status quo. Nothing's going to change, but I want to see this change for all the communities in Northwest Territories, for small communities, because we have issues on alcohol, drugs, housing, homelessness, you name it. We have to figure a way around this. So, Mr. Speaker, I just want to touch base on housing just a little bit more. Right now, as it is between the housing budget of what we have right now with the housing N.W.T. and of 121 million, plus the shared financial directed contribution to housing N.W.T. of 76 million. That's $197 million for this fiscal year. That's just to maintain the status quo that we have. But at the same time, Mr. Speaker, for the life of this government, for Housing Corporation, by 2036 or 2038, that's 14 years from now, at that rate, $197 million times, let's say, for 14 years, that's $2.7 billion. And when I look at that for the next 14 years, that's just to maintain the Housing Corporation as is, as we know it today. It's not addressing the housing needs of the Northwest Territories. So I don't know how we're going to address this problem, but I'm hoping that we could continue to work with Cabinet and Indigenous governments to figure this one out, because we're in big trouble. And what I don't want to see anymore as well, there was an article in 2022 where the N.W.T, Housing N.W.T got $60 million from CERNAC, and that was to deal with the housing crisis here in Northwest Territories. Instead, they turned that around and fixed up public housing units. And that was a concern, because when I go back to Ford Resolution, the leaders, the Métis leaders, the chief will come up to me and say, "Hey, Rick, what's going on there?" They say, "Well, they're competing with us because we're trying to apply for money too to fix up our housing units." And so I said, I don't know why, but anyway, that's a big concern. So I'm hoping that we got to put that aside, and I think we need to start working together. That's the only way we can do it. But overall, in this business plan that was put forward by the Housing N.W.T, is that they want to put $50 million for the next 4 years into fixing up public housing, and just on the operation and maintenance. So this budget that was put forward, it was based on the deputy ministers from all the departments, and this one here stood out to me. And I don't know, I don't know if, I have no explanation as to when CMC is going to be cutting off their funding to Housing and N.W.T for operation and maintenance, but at the same time, while that's happening, we bought 10 homes in CERNAC into Thootsake, but we can't even get money for lot development. And then I go to MAC and they tell me, "Oh, well, you got to take it out of CPI dollars." But Deda, Delo, Thootsake are non-tax-based communities. Ford Resolution is a tax-based community, but yet we can't even afford to develop lots in our community. But fortunately, Housing N.W.T has been really pushing housing in our communities as best they can, but also they're doing lot development. And I don't know if it's in your budget to do that. So, and I compliment the minister on doing everything they can to try to deal with this issue, but it's a problem and something that we cannot overlook. So the big question is that, going forward, how's Housing N.W.T going to deal with their units over the next 14 years? What is your plan? How are you going to work with Indigenous governments? And it's important because we need to know, and the people are asking. And so overall, Mr. Speaker, I want to try to keep it short, but we have big issues. Like for example, this year we have MTS, the water is so low that we might not even get the 10 units back into Thootsake this year. And the high cost of living in my riding is high. And I talk about solutions by saying, let's do a feasibility study on the Winter Road. Let's do a feasibility study on probably extending the airstrip, etc. But right now, the high cost of living in Thootsake is high. And all we're asking for is to be recognized and be included in your plan so that small communities do matter. So anyway, I just want to mention that because it's frustrating for me because I'm bringing these issues here. I do letters, I put everything on the table, send it in, and then when I get the budgets back to me, none of my stuff is addressed or even looked at. So going forward, I'm hoping maybe next year or year after, this government will look at the priorities of small communities. So, Mr. Speaker, I will be bringing this budget back to my chiefs and the Métis leaders in my riding, and I want to get some feedback on that. And I just want to let the government know that it's a big budget, $2.29 billion. And in the last assembly, I brought this issue up too as well, and we had 6 MLAs stood up and supported me on this motion, where I stood up and didn't support the motion because small communities weren't included in that budget. And there were a couple of MLAs from the Yellowknife and all mining communities, so I'm not asking them to stand up and continue to do that. I'm just saying that, there is a time and place that in this government we have to start recognizing small communities. And it's important because we feel the impacts in the communities. And you can see just here in Yellowknife now in small communities, we're dealing with drug issues that's confronting everybody in our small communities. So I do have a motion. I'm going to be talking about that a little bit later today. But overall, Mr. Speaker, I'll just continue to, I just want to bring this up from my writing and continue. I want to work with this government. I want to work with the minister and the premier and see what we can do to address some of these issues. So I'll leave that there, Mr. Speaker, and I'll see my seat.
Thank you. Member from Trinidad-Willowday. Replies to the budget address, day 7 of 7. Member from Frame Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, although I have felt a strong sense of responsibility since the day I was first elected, I must say the weight of what our territory is facing in the near future has felt heavier still as I have been considering the 2024-25 budget and the new reality of the government of the Northwest Territories. At the time when our territory is most in need of investment in housing, education, critical infrastructure, healthcare, and climate change adaptation, amongst other things, our government is at the cusp of hitting its debt ceiling and has little to spend on any new initiatives. Getting older seems to accelerate with every passing year, Mr. Speaker, but I am still surprised to find myself wistfully looking back on the good old days of 4 years ago when the government had money to spend. Alas, here we are. I have shared a fair number of specific comments on the budget and business plans already, and will continue to do so during our deliberations. So I will keep my response to the budget address to high-level commentary on how the budget relates to our priorities. Mr. Speaker, when I look at the priorities that we set together as a group and at the proposed budget, I perceive a disconnect. My understanding of why we set focus priorities was so we could direct our energy to what we and the public have clearly communicated are the areas requiring the highest attention and resources. The other side of that coin, of course, is that we may have to do less in other areas in order to ensure resources are directed at the priorities. This is the very essence and purpose of priority setting. I think it's important to explore how we got to where we are with this budget and how this has contributed to the disconnect I'm speaking to. As the budget was prepared, departments were given high-level direction to implement the fiscal sustainability strategy. This applied to all departments, and I think we've seen all make attempts at following it to a greater or lesser extent. Departments also took the priorities and looked at how their existing programming, or even some proposed programming, would help us work towards them. This is a fair approach for the departments to take individually, but what I don't think got enough attention was the high-level government-wide view across departments to look at the overall list of programs and activities we are engaged in and whether the priorities necessitate shifts in resources or direction in order to substantively achieve movement on the priorities we set. By not doing this, we have arrived at a budget which has somewhat successfully began to implement the fiscal sustainability strategy and has also resulted in reductions to funding for housing, which is our stated top priority, education, which I believe is integral to a strong economic foundation, and health. Looking at it this way, it seems evident to me that the top priority of this government is not any of our stated priorities agreed upon by caucus. Rather, the fiscal sustainability strategy is the #1 priority of our government. This may simply be the reality we have to face, but I suggest that if we had given more thought or time to better align our resources towards the priorities that we set, we might be able to better move towards fiscal sustainability and the stated priorities of the Assembly. I want to turn to speaking to the individual priorities, what they mean to me, and what shifting resources to them will look like, in my opinion. I'll start with housing. Mr. Speaker, I am happy to see the N.W.T. Housing looking to do a territory-wide needs assessment for housing, which I understand will inform applications to the federal government and other potential funders for funding towards addressing this key issue. I support this item in the business plans and would like it to lead to long-term planning and costing towards fully addressing identified needs over time, as I have discussed previously. Where I think we are lacking is in addressing the growing O&M deficit for this department and the declining state of our existing housing stock in the territory. This gap is why members have brought forward the proposal to add $200 million to N.W.T. housing's budget over the next 4 years so that we can address required maintenance and upgrading of existing housing stock. If we do not do this, Mr. Speaker, I fear we run the risk of losing stock over time as quickly as we are replacing it, making it difficult to ever get to the point where we are fully addressing needs. The next priority item I'd like to speak to is the strong economic foundation. Recently, the Standing Committee on Economic Development and Environment received a presentation from Mr. Graham Clinton on his Eyes Wide Open report, which discusses the upcoming closure of the diamond mines, what this will mean for our economy, and encourages leaders to discuss and develop a vision for what comes next. I consider my thoughts on this priority item the beginning of my response to that report. Mr. Speaker, mining has for many years formed the backbone of the private sector of the N.W.T's economy, as is highlighted in the Eyes Wide Open report. I think it is true that private investment and industry in the territory are an important component of a healthy economy, and agree that employment, poverty levels, and economic activity are closely tied to social and health outcomes. I agree with Cabinet's mandate item under this priority to strengthen and improve efficiency in our regulatory system, and I'm happy to make contributions towards that item with the experience I bring from working within the system. I also want to focus on another aspect of our territory's relationship with industry that is highlighted, perhaps inadvertently, in the Eyes Wide Open report, and that I think requires our attention. As noted in the report, of 3,100 jobs associated with this sector, 1,500 of them have been staffed by N.W.T. residents. The rest are staffed from the south. While we did get around to establishing a heritage fund in this territory, it has been noted in the past to lose money some years and has failed to maximize long-term benefit for our residents from one-time resource extraction. So I would argue that we have failed to fully maximize the potential benefits associated with this sector to residents of the N.W.T. by not investing more in education and workforce development and ensuring that we are adequately capturing royalties and saving them so that future generations can benefit from resources that they won't have access to because they have been mined in the present. What I don't want to see us do is double down on a model that has gotten us into the scenario we are in now, where we are facing significant economic hardship whenever industry ebbs and flows, or that there is significant economic activity happening, but despite this, many people are not in a position to benefit directly from this activity. This does not mean I don't want to see us develop our resources. What it means is that I want to ensure we are working to ensure we can do so in a way that maximizes benefits to people. To this point, Mr. Speaker, when I think of a strong economic foundation, I want to focus on the fact that ultimately people are the foundation of a strong economy. I would also turn that phrase around and state that people are also the reason to build a strong economy, and outcomes for the people of the Northwest Territories need to be the focus of our government. For this reason, for a long time, I have been advocating for significant investment in education in the N.W.T. I believe that we need to take a holistic approach to this and focus on improving outcomes for JK to 12 students, and also round out our academic system by building a world-class polytechnic university to help develop our workforce and diversify our economy. In response to Mr. Clinton's call for leaders to work to develop a cohesive vision for the future of the Northwest Territories, I want to point to the fact that a number of northern jurisdictions which have previously relied on mining are successfully diversifying their economies, and that the development sorry, Mr. Speaker. I want to point to the fact that a number of northern jurisdictions which have previously largely relied on mining are successfully diversifying their economies. And development of universities and the knowledge economy is a key component in that shift. We only need to look next door to the Yukon, which is realizing economic and population growth through a diverse economy, to see an example of how this could work here. While post-secondary education is just one component of the Yukon's success, it is where I want to focus today because of the status of our own post-secondary development project. I look at our territory in comparison to the Yukon, and I'm incredibly concerned about the troubling news that Aurora College's transition to a polytechnic is struggling to come to fruition. When I think of the member for Inuvik-Boot Lake's comments about us becoming a have-not territory, I worry that if we fail to adequately commit to invest in and ensure that this project succeeds, it will be yet another step towards economic and social downturn in comparison to our thriving neighbor. We also need to consider the opportunities we are missing out on by not moving forward with this initiative. The federal government has invested millions in infrastructure and program funding to support Yukon College's transition. It is also interesting to note that N.W.T. diamond money has gone towards building and funding universities in British Columbia. Mr. Speaker, Chuck Fipke, one of the discoverers of diamonds in the N.W.T., has donated $17 million to UBC over the years for buildings, equipment, and programming. Stuart Blusson, his partner in business, has donated $105 million to BC universities. By not having an institution to capture these kinds of investments, we are missing out. I find it incredibly frustrating to say that, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we are in a situation where we have to tell residents that if they want to attain a high-quality education, they have to leave the territory. We are heading towards a situation where we will be telling residents that if they want to realize a good career in a range of sectors, they will have to leave the territory. At what point are we simply telling people they need to leave the territory? Let's not get to that point, Mr. Speaker. Let's look to our neighbours' example and invest in our people and develop the foundation for a strong economy so people can look forward to a bright future here. We need to come together and work towards a collective vision which sets aside regional squabbling and seeks to work together to realize benefits for our territory as a whole. I heard Indigenous leaders making this call at the recent Economic Forum in April and was excited to hear their unity. Let's ensure the territorial government joins them and helps to coalesce around a vision we can all be excited about and work towards. Lastly, I will speak to health. Mr. Speaker, as noted a few evenings ago, I am happy to see the Health Department speaking to evolving and investing in our primary care system to ensure better and more equitable access to care. I campaigned on making this shift and believe that while it may seem like a modest goal, it is integral and the key to ensuring better health outcomes in our territory. As noted previously in statements, the omission I see in health business plans is addressing head-on the workforce and management issues in the system which have been causing so many issues that we've seen in the news. For those reasons, I support the recommendations for change brought forward by members in our budget report, which speak for themselves and don't need to be reiterated here. I also continue to advocate that the Health Minister consider the recommendation brought forward by the Standing Committee on Social Development to pause rollout of this program. To pause changes to the Extended Health Benefits Program. Mr. Speaker, finally, I would like to speak briefly to a part of how we got to the fiscal situation we are in and its implications on our ability to realize our goals for the Northwest Territories. Over the years, N.W.T. workforce growth has significantly outpaced that of the population growth of the Northwest Territories. This trend became particularly acute most recently. In the short span of the past 4 years, the N.W.T. workforce grew by 25%. Coincidentally, and perhaps it is fair to say consequently, we seem to be less able than ever to provide adequate funding to our NGOs, to infrastructures, to programs which support our residents most in need. Mr. Speaker, I think we need to consider a shift away from answering the problems we face by growing the government and take a more holistic look at how the government can best achieve results for our territory by working with and funding partners, particularly our NGOs. I do not think we need to take a draconian approach to this conversation and certainly do not advocate for one. Rather, I suggest we consider long-term planning, which seeks to minimize impacts to individuals, but also seeks to ensure our resources are used strategically and effectively, and not continuing to grow the workforce exponentially as we have been. I want to see us investing in long-term sustainability in our NGO sector to realize the benefits they can help bring. Let's invest in the arts, Mr. Speaker. Let's invest in tourism. Let's invest in diversifying our economy so that we are not in a situation of fiscal uncertainty whenever the sole industry that we are relying on ebbs and flows. In closing, Mr. Speaker, if I can share one overarching message in my reply to the budget address, it is that I would like to see us truly seek to put our resources behind the priorities we have set. As I have said before and as stated in the mandate, we need to challenge the status quo and be bold and decisive. We need to make a plan for what we are going to do in the short-term future to address the most immediate risks we are facing, make some decisions about what we're going to set aside for now or not do anymore, considering these priorities, and take swift action on implementing this plan. We can move quickly when need be, Mr. Speaker. This government has demonstrated this ability in the face of several crises in the past 4 years. I think it would be ambitious to expect us to work as quickly as private industry, but how about we shoot for significantly quicker than having plans in place 2 years from now, or goals like developing a plan at some point within the term of the Assembly. Let's move quickly and let's be ambitious. Let's invest in our people, Mr. Speaker. They are the foundation of our economy, and they are the reason we are here. Thank you.
Thank you, member from Frame Lake. Replies to the budget address, day 7 of 7. Member from Mackenzie Delta.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good day, colleagues. Today I would like to give my perspective on the 2024-25 budget of the Government of the Northwest Territories and how it will affect the residents of our communities. Although the government has to make some very difficult choices for the benefit of our immediate future and the continued lifestyle of all our residents who are dependent on the operation of our day-to-day well-being. We, as the government and the residents of the Northwest Territories, must play an important role in making this budget work for all involved. Myself, as a member of the Legislative Assembly, has always and will continue to fight for community-based programs where I feel fit. There are situations where I will have to side with regional or territorial decisions, mainly for the fact that this is where some of the decisions have to be made. Mr. Speaker, I will start with the Department responsible for housing. The 20th Assembly has made housing its top priority. In 1967, the government came into our communities and stated that it would make our lives more comfortable and convenient to live. Although we did not find our lifestyle uncomfortable or inconvenient, we let the government of yesterday disrupt our traditional way of life. We have become too dependent on the government, and we have to get away from that dependency. It is evident that this government, or any government, cannot relieve us of the housing crisis that we are encountering. The government of the Northwest Territories cannot meet the housing needs of our communities now or in the immediate future. What we can do is work collaboratively with the Indigenous governments of our respective communities to try and come up with realistic solutions to this ongoing crisis. Financial resources should continue to flow to the communities because it is our community leadership who are the ones that are dealing with the housing issues on a day-to-day basis. I would encourage the department to continue to work with the communities on a regular basis. The renting formula has to be addressed as soon as possible. The current rent scale is not working for the tenants who reside in the public housing units because of the high unemployment rate within the Mackenzie Delta riding. Most of the employment opportunities are seasonal. With the current rent scale, most of the seasonal workers are getting into arrears with housing N.W.T. There are situations where some of these potential employees do not want to work because their rent will increase or they will not qualify for income assistance. Mr. Speaker, the Health and Social Services Department is also on the minds of all residents of the Northwest Territories, and we have to meet the needs of the residents in order to have a healthy and vibrant family, community, and Northwest Territories as a whole. Addictions is plaguing our residents and our communities throughout the North, and we have to address the crisis head-on. I have always stated that in order to combat the addictions problem, we must include the whole family in the treatment process because it is just not the addict who requires counseling services. When one person is addicted to a substance, it impacts the whole family, and therefore, we must help them cope with the treatment process and be part of the solution. Mr. Speaker, medical travel and medical escorts is an ongoing issue that needs special attention. We find that there are clients who are elderly, illiterate, or have English as a second language going to southern institutions by themselves. The financial resources surrounding this concern should not restrict the clients from having an escort to assist them in receiving the best care possible. I know that we are in a nursing shortage throughout the North, and we all have to play our part in adapting to this shortage. In our smaller communities, we must utilize the community health workers so that the clients are given the best care possible, and that starts with the local workers who are all well known to these patients. Being able to administer medicine that has been prescribed is very important to the healing process of our elderly patients. Mr. Speaker, income support has been one of my more concentrated areas of concern. In no way am I trying to punish the recipients of this program. The aim of my concern is to have our residents become more self-reliant and less accustomed to free handouts. There are people who require the use of this program, mainly the elderly and disabled. This group of people are identified, and I will advocate on their continued benefit from the income assistance program. But there are individuals who are able to work or conduct some sort of productive choice in an effort to get them back into the workforce and be a positive example to their families and to their communities. I have been an advocate in trying to find positive measures where the Indigenous governments can assist the government of the Northwest Territories in developing programs where we can educate our people in becoming less reliant on the government and help the economy grow. I am enthusiastic in the approach that this government is taking in regards to education. Education is the fundamental part of our communities in having a sustainable economy, a healthy community, and a healthy Northwest Territories. If we can do away with socially promoting our students, we will have a brighter future, and this government seems to be addressing this concern. Building the self-esteem of our younger generation will enable the future generation to be productive leaders in the coming years, and that task starts today. I have attended too many graduation ceremonies where the celebration is merely a celebration, not one of completing one's grade 12, where they are eligible to move on to post-secondary education, not where these misled students are stuck in our communities with low self-esteem. It is time for this government to honor our treaties that were signed in an effort to provide the best education to our children now and in the immediate future. Having a sustainable economy will benefit everyone in the Northwest Territories for years to come. We have to include the Indigenous governments and the grassroots people at the community level. What works in Nuvik, Hare River, or Yellowknife may not work in the community of Tsigachik because the residents of Tsigachik will have their own vision. What we can do as a government is provide the communities with resources to continue to move forward. Public safety seems to be a concern to the residents since the inclusion of hard drugs coming into our smaller communities. The RCMP are reluctant to assist where assistance is needed because they may not have the resources or may not have the training to address the issue that comes with the criminal activity related to gangs and drug dealers from southern parts of Canada. It has been over 40 years since the MLAs of the Mackenzie Delta riding have been advocating for a nurse and the RCMP to be stationed in the community of Tsigechik, and I will continue to advocate on their behalf. This government is initiating a community policing program in a couple of N.W.T communities, and it is my hope that Tsigechik will be considered for one of these pilot projects in the near future. It is very urgent that we see the presence of these resource people because Tsigechik is right on the highway system and alcohol and drugs are already in the community with no preventative measure to keep the residents safe. In closing, Mr. Speaker, I am confident that this government will indeed make these tough choices for the benefit of all Northerners. I have a 7-year-old granddaughter, and one day she may ask why I was a part of this process in trying to better shape her future, and I hope it was the right decisions that we as a government are making today. We as a government and MLAs have to live with the decisions that we make today, but it is the residents that we represent who will have to adapt to these tough decisions. I am confident that we can all work together as a government of this 20th Legislative Assembly for the residents of this great land we call home. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Mackenzie Delta. Replies to the budget address, day 7 of 7. Member from Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the ideas and intentions behind this budget really resonate with me. Practical and realistic, that certainly is my style of doing things. I agree we need to pay down more of our debt and live more within our means. We heard from the Finance Minister that this budget is about value and efficiency, not just reductions. I do appreciate the thought that has been put into streamlining efforts of departments where there was previously overlap, such as merging responsibilities for immigration and arts funding that were previously split between ECE and ITI, and merging the Technology Services Centre with Information Systems Shared Services. I'm also excited about centralized mobile fleet management. I truly am, yeah, okay. So we can make more efficient use of our large fleet of vehicles. I also agree that it's not sustainable or wise to tackle every problem by adding another N.W.T position. We cannot solve our economic problems, including low employment in some communities, by hiring everyone to work for the government. Where I start to get nervous is when I get the feeling that each department is being asked to do more with less. Now, some people imagine that the government is made up of lazy office workers, so of course we should be asking them to do more. They just need to learn how to hustle, like their counterparts in the private sector. But in my experience, when we ask everyone in every department to do more with less, the burden usually falls disproportionately on the shoulders of those who are already doing the most, those who are the most dedicated and motivated, who will always take on more because no one else will do it. And most of the burden ends up falling on the frontline service providers that we often take for granted, as well as the nonprofits who take on some of the hardest frontline work that frankly no one else will do. We demand more from our nurses and doctors, who take on more and more patients in an emergency room that's bursting at the seams, who cover more and more shifts, and on top of this are expected to train a revolving door of locums and agency nurses. We demand more from our teachers, who we expect to somehow improve attendance rates and graduate more kids, even when facing classrooms where 80 to 90% could have language or learning disabilities. We take for granted that the frontline workers at our nonprofits, our shelters, for example, will just keep taking more and more people into the shelters, well beyond their capacity, because they don't want to leave anyone out in the cold. Meanwhile, many of those seeking shelter these days are under the influence of harder drugs than we're used to seeing before. There's more lateral violence, and yet shelter workers are supposed to manage it all with the same resources as before, or bounce people over to the emergency room or the police, which are also overwhelmed. Now, we see in the business plans that this government states it will help nonprofits by pointing them towards funding from elsewhere. I suspect that might lead us to hiring another N.W.T employee to write funding proposals for nonprofits, which I would note is an example of exactly what we've pledged not to do, trying to solve each problem by hiring another N.W.T worker, when the money that would have gone to a salary could just as easily have been given to the NGO to do the work themselves. Mr. Speaker, I understand that this government is not a money tree. I understand that it is our role to make tough choices, as the Finance Minister has emphasized. But, Mr. Speaker, our frontline workers in many areas are reaching a breaking point. We talk about the fiscal cliff that we're trying to back away from, but what about the cliff that our social services are teetering on the edge of? I'm concerned this budget does not lead our health system or our shelter system away from that cliff. Now, the message from the Finance Minister was that this was never intended to be an austerity budget or cuts for the sake of cuts. The problem is that in each department's scramble to find things to cut, we tend to reach for the things that might ruffle the least feathers, the opportunities where we see vacancies or retirements, and that's not necessarily making the tough choices. It gets really tempting to scrap the things that haven't worked out yet, the programs that have turned out to cause frustration and conflict, things that now feel really annoying and we just want to be done with them. The problem is that in some cases we're giving up on important things that we actually need in the long term, even if we haven't yet realized the vision of what they're supposed to be. A prime example is the transformation of Aurora College into a polytechnic university. The money seems to have dried up for continuing the transformation process. And this budget is letting the Centre for Learning, Teaching and Innovation fade away, even though that was where accredited programs were being developed, and we're reducing general Aurora College funding as well. Now, I understand that everyone is frustrated that this project hasn't worked out as hoped. But this territory needs a high-quality post-secondary institution for so many reasons. We cannot let this vision die or get distracted by conflicts and rivalries between different communities. We absolutely need an institution where young people from the North can get recognized degrees in anything from teaching, environmental science, trades, Indigenous governance, film, things that would open up a world of opportunities for our people. We need an institution where we can do world-class research in northern issues like permafrost thaw, mining innovations, climate change adaptation, Indigenous culture and language revitalization, remediation. We need an institution that can attract students from around the world because we have something unique and valuable to offer. This kind of institution can be an economic driver for the territory, both as a source of direct revenues in the form of tuition and research dollars, and as a way to produce a high-quality labor force. Mr. Speaker, we are so far from achieving that vision, and it's so tempting to put it on a back burner during a time of fiscal restraint. But it's now more than ever we need to make significant progress towards realizing the vision of a polytechnic university. Another example of where we are scrapping something with an absence of vision is the proposed elimination of the Office of the Children's Lawyer. I understand there has been frustration with this office and uncomfortable relationships with other government agencies, but I would argue we need to step back and think about why we established this office in the first place. Our system does not always make decisions that are in the best interests of children, especially children in care. And we need to change that about our system. Now, there may be different ways to accomplish this, so let's talk about that and get going. But this budget, unfortunately, creates an even bigger vacuum that takes us further from that goal. We are trying to scrimp and save in healthcare, but without a clear, overarching vision of what we're trying to achieve. I believe that if we invest more now in staff retention and in healthcare workforce planning, we may see an increase to our budgets up front during these main estimates, but we will save vast amounts of money in the long term because we won't see the huge deficits piling up and the constant requests for supplementary funds. We're failing to properly cost out our needs, failing to determine the right number of positions, the right composition of professionals to make up our primary care teams. But we hang over everyone's head in the system this scolding that they should be saving more money, that our system is too expensive. So managers try to skimp and cut corners, perhaps on staff benefits or not giving people the vacation time they're allotted, or we allow shifts to go unfilled. But then we lose our staff, and then we scramble, and then we end up paying far more by the end of the year for the agency nurses and locums to fill the gaps. So this myth that we start out having no money is a dangerous trap, and it can lead us to these costly and short-sighted decisions. So instead, our focus needs to be on building up value in the system, and the most valuable thing we have is our human resources. Now, over the past few months, I had the privilege and chance to tour a number of facilities, the new N.W.T building in Yellowknife, the Children First childcare facility in Inuvik, the Gwich'in Wellness Camp, and I've been reflecting that we have invested a lot in truly impressive state-of-the-art infrastructure. But have we remembered to invest enough in our human resources? Because we are struggling to sustain programming and actually staff these state-of-the-art facilities. Now, in terms of energy solutions, we are still all about the mega projects. And then we encounter debacles like the insanely expensive Inuvik wind turbine system with its ballooning costs. And this might be enough to make us want to give up on renewable energy solutions entirely. Yet, the most cost-effective steps are often the incremental ones, the small retrofits, switches to wood stoves and biomass heating. And I would propose a pilot project on renewable diesel, which I'll be speaking about later this session. But these are not the exciting mega projects. So they're easy to ignore or reduce because few will notice that they're gone. The problem is we've failed so far to articulate a coherent energy vision. It just seems too overwhelming and expensive. And yet, we always find money at the end of each year to subsidize our power corporation, to subsidize diesel, through supplementary funding when our use skyrockets due to low water or the price of diesel goes up. The common theme that I'm trying to point out here is that when we lack a clear vision and clear plans, it costs us more in the end. We need a clear vision for economic development, and I believe it needs to be centered around the how, not the what. I do not think that it is government's role to pick which is the next industry that's going to save us all. The goal is to reduce dependency, to build up our human resources, and to ensure we don't have so many jobs and contracts going south. Now, we've talked a lot lately about ending the dependency that stems from colonialism. It's important to remember that we need to both avoid dependency on government and avoid dependency on any one industry. We cannot hand over our fate to a handful of multinational corporations when their decisions are ruled by global commodity price fluctuations, boom and bust patterns, not to mention geopolitical games with China. I'm not saying industry is bad. I'm just saying we have to focus on things we have the most control over, and that is our own human resources. Now, my colleague from Inuvik spoke to us passionately about being resource rich and cash poor. So we need to turn some of those resources into cash. Now, diamond mines were likely the best cash cow we could ever wish for. One of the few types of resource extraction that doesn't require shipping out massive amounts of material, which is obviously extremely expensive in the N.W.T. due to our transportation and infrastructure challenges. Diamond mines were a chance to finally lay the foundations for real social and economic progress. But we have fallen short. We largely failed to seize the opportunity to make lasting investments in our children, in our education and health systems, and as a result, in our workforce. We cannot afford to keep making this mistake. I also don't believe that economic diversification is the magic bullet that will save us. At least not when it means sprinkling seeds in every direction, hoping that something will bear fruit if we keep pumping government funds indefinitely into every sector. I'm encouraged that in this budget and business plans, we will be developing a macroeconomic policy framework, that the mantra now is not to pick the winners, but to create an environment where northern businesses can flourish and be competitive. That includes ensuring housing availability for workers. It also means changing the way we structure our contracts, using our procurement power to help incubate northern solutions and innovations. The big picture of the economy basically comes down to what can we offer that the world is demanding? What can we offer that has a higher value and lower cost than anyone else? I can't help but think that our best bet is to invest in our ideas, our cultures, our stories, which can attract investment in the form of a university, film, art, tourism. The areas where we face our biggest challenges in terms of our remoteness, the climate change threats to transportation and infrastructure, these also make us unique. And so they present opportunities to come up with northern solutions, northern innovations, in partnership with researchers from around the world. And it's these kinds of ideas and innovations that we can be exporting. So instead of starting by picking an industry, above all, I believe we need to cultivate excellence in everything that we do, so that we can develop things to offer and sell that are competitive not just in the north, but in a global environment. The only way forward is to move away from dependence, from crutches, from excuses about how we can't expect the N.W.T. to really thrive because of all the special challenges that we face. I do still have hope, Mr. Speaker, that we can cultivate a culture of excellence in government. That's how we will develop value and efficiency. So when things are going sideways, instead of making the easy cuts, we need to go back to the drawing board, figure out why things have gone wrong, refocus our vision, and redouble our efforts. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member from Yellowknife North. Replies to the budget address, day 7 of 7. Replies to the budget address, day 7 of 7. Acknowledgements. Member from Frame Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Oh, am I on? Okay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm excited and proud to acknowledge Frame Lake resident Morgan Stable, who recently won the National Youth Bowling Championship while representing the N.W.T. in the Senior Girls Division. Morgan is the top Canadian 5-pin bowler in her category, and she is the first N.W.T. resident to win gold at a national bowling event in Canada in 22 years. Mr. Speaker, that is an incredible feat and an inspiration for all N.W.T. athletes. Congratulations, Morgan, on your big achievement.
Thank you, member from Frame Lake. Acknowledgements. Member from Range Lake.
I rise today, Mr. Speaker, to acknowledge the incredible career of Range Lake's Jeff Seabrook, who is set to retire after nearly 3 decades of inspiring and guiding northern students through his tireless service with Yellowknife Education District 1. Currently serving as principal of Ecole William MacDonald Middle School, Jeff is known for his passionate support for French language education and has developed many outdoor student programs such as winter camps and canoe trips. In 2019, he was named as one of the country's best educators when he won that year's Learning Partnership Canada's Outstanding Principal Award. I know I speak for this entire Assembly when I congratulate him on his achievements, and we wish him all the best as he concludes that final stretch of his career and heads into retirement. Thank you, Jeff, for all your hard work, preparing generation after generation for their lives ahead. You deserve all the best. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member from Range Lake. Acknowledgements, acknowledgements. Colleagues, recognizing the time, we will have a brief recess. Brief break. Thank you, colleagues. Oral questions. Member from Rangeley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as I said in my member statement, violent crime in the Northwest Territories is on the rise, as is drug crime. Drug seizures are up 100%, I believe, and homicides are up more so than that. When I was growing up here, this was a very peaceful place. You know, we didn't see anything like this at the scale that it's happening now. Does the Premier agree that this is a crisis that needs to be resolved? Thank you.
Rangeley, Minister responsible for justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I don't like to use the term crisis, but in this situation, the influx of drugs, the increase in violent crime, the influx of handguns, I think that we are facing a crisis. The reason I kept the justice portfolio this term is because I've seen what happened in my community of Hay River, and I wanted to make sure that I was able to follow through on some of the initiatives that we began to start addressing this, because it is a deadly serious issue. Thank you.
Mr. Premier. Member from Rangeley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the Premier for his leadership on this. It is something I very much support, and I want to commend him for bringing new resources to bear. Can he just let us know how this new crime reduction unit is going to make a difference? The RCMP say it's a game changer. Can he speak to that? Thank you.
From Rangeley, Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So, we see RCMP around the community. We see them around town, out on patrol. They're responding to calls. And that's what they do. They don't necessarily have the time to go out and conduct investigations, to do surveillance, to focus on some of these drug-related issues, because they're out doing their day-to-day work. And so the crime reduction unit is able to work in those areas where the other constables just don't have the time to do it and aren't mandated to do that type of work. So they will be focusing on drugs, bootlegging, which often go hand in hand, and working with the federal unit as well in terms of dealing with organized crime. So this is a unit that's being put together to address the issues that we are facing in the Northwest Territories right now. It is being tailored to the issues that we're facing. Thank you.
Oral questions. Member from Rangeley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we are expending the resources in this budget. We are committing to legislation in the future, but I think there's people worried about it now. When will they start seeing a difference in crime rates? When will they start feeling safer communities? Thank you.
Thank you, Member from Rangeley. Minister of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, I wish I had an answer for that. This is a tough situation. Everywhere that I'm aware of where there's a demand for drugs, there's an influx of drugs, there's a flow of drugs. And so until we address that demand, it's going to be very difficult to stop the increases in crime. That being said, the member noted that there have been a significant increase in drug busts, in charges, in seizures of handguns. So we are seeing the impact of enhanced enforcement. Unfortunately, there's also enhanced crime, so it's a bit of it feels like a bit of an arms race right now. And we are making an impact. And I appreciate the member bringing this up, and actually all the members in this House. It's one of the few things that we can all agree on is the need for more enforcement in this area. And that's really a sad comment on the state of things, but I think that it shows that how important it is that we do continue this enforcement and these enhanced efforts. Thank you.
Minister of Justice, final supplementary from Rangeley. Member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, these efforts are largely designed, I think, to combat organized crime. What are we doing about community policing to make sure there's, reassuring community safety officers on the streets, providing that support at the local level, connecting with people, especially the unhoused population? That make a big difference in Yellowknife. We have a pilot in Fort Liard. Is the Premier willing to bring that pilot into Yellowknife and into other centres like his community of Hay River, so we have more presence on the streets, keeping people safe? Thank you.
Thank you, Member from Rangeley. Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ultimately, I would like to see an expansion of the Community Safety Officer program. I can't comment on where such a program might be most effective. Right now, it is being piloted in Fort Liard, and that the program will be evaluated, and that evaluation will inform the types of communities where such a program would be the most effective. So we want to make sure we're getting the best bang for our buck, and so maybe it is a small community type of program. Maybe it's for regional centers. It could be for Yellowknife. So that remains to be seen, but we are continuously lobbying the federal government for support for these types of initiatives. Thank you.
Mr. Justice, oral questions. Member from Yellowknife Centre.
All right, mucho gracias, Mr. Speaker. All right, Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Education had mentioned in one of her comments yesterday that the most significant tool at our fingertips is the mandate that is issued to the board. So, and the board I'm referring to is the Aurora College Board. And she said the next letter is coming out approximately July, and even the interim letter may or may not, regardless, we're almost at July, have the direction of the mandate of which tells the college to work towards switching to a polytech. My question for the minister is, will the new mandate letter issued in July or thereabouts provide direction and instruction for the college to follow through on the transition so Aurora College becomes a polytech? Thank you.
Member from Yellowknife Centre, Minister of Education, Culture and Employment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the interim mandate letter that was issued in the last Assembly by the previous Minister of Education expires in July. So that's where the July timeline comes in, is that the existing one expires in July. So that project has been jump-started by letter from myself to the Board of Governors, and that project is currently underway between myself and the Board. And it is the intention that, yes, it will continue to outline intentions for the Board of Governors and Aurora College to continue along with their transformation efforts, but it is really a collaborative process that is done between myself and the Board, and so we have to ensure that we are both in alignment on that. Thank you.
For Education, Culture and Employment. Member from Yellowknife Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can the minister define the difference between intentions and direction? Thank you.
Member from Yellowknife Centre, Minister of Education, Culture and Employment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I could definitely provide a difference of definitions of the two, but the reason that I am saying that there is an intention rather than a direction is because I outlined that it is a collaborative process. I want to ensure that both of our voices are in it because we are both agreeing to something in it, but from myself, I do have an expectation that transformation is part of that mandate letter and is part of the marching kind of direction of the Aurora College as well. I think that this, I agree with members, this is a very important project. It has a tremendous amount of opportunity for the territory, not only to attract new students and new Northerners, but also to ensure that we are continuing to build a skilled workforce for Northerners. Thank you.
Minister of Education, Culture and Employment. Member from Yellowknife Centre.
All right, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate that answer. According to Global University Systems Canada, it says Canadian universities represent a formidable economic force with far-reaching impacts. Mr. Speaker, we can only get to that and achieve those types of things if this mandate for the transition portion is funded. Therefore, if it's going to be part of the marching instructions and directions, will it be supported with some type of financial support specific to transition? Thank you.
Thank you. Member from Yellowknife Centre, Minister of Education, Culture and Employment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to start off by just first thanking members for continuing this conversation on the floor of the House and out in public as well, because I do think this is a very important project and having their voices lent to it is very important. Mr. Speaker, while I am not responsible or accountable to the operations within Aurora College, I am accountable to the dollars that we as an Assembly approve for Aurora College for their running of their programs. When transformation was underway in the previous Assembly, it was agreed by senior management of Aurora College as well as senior management from Education, Culture and Employment that the funds for the Bachelor of Education and the Diploma of Social Work would be repurposed for the purposes of transformation to be able to continue to fund that project to go forward. And so if those funds are not enough and are not being used for that purpose, then I would also have, because of my responsibility to the dollars that are spent through my department, have the responsibility of going back to the college as well to ensure that they have the dollars that they need, but that they are also spending the dollars that they have been provided with a form of accountability and, of course, positive return on investment for Northerners. So that is definitely a conversation that has to happen between myself and Board of Governors, and less than a week ago was the first ask for additional funding that I received from Aurora College. Thank you.
Education, Culture, Employment. Member from Yellowknife Centre, final supplementary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I heard that correctly, that was the longest yes I've ever heard, or we'll find a way if it's not available. And the minister is welcome to correct me if yes wasn't in there, but that's certainly what it sounded like. It was difficult to follow, but I think I got it. So, Mr. Speaker, once the mandate letter is drafted and sent, obviously in agreement, I've listened to how the minister chooses to proceed on this one, will she be willing to make that mandate letter public? Thank you.
Thank you, member from Yellowknife Centre. Minister, Education, Culture and Employment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Absolutely, subject to legislation, I'd be more than happy to make anything public to make sure that I am following the rules of the Northwest Territories, but certainly I definitely agree in transparency, and I want to encourage and support the members' desire to continue to stay afoot on the happenings over at Aurora College, the direction they've been provided, and also the timelines that they intend to adhere to. Mr. Speaker, the reason my yes was a little bit longer is because I've answered this question numerous times and want to ensure that I'm getting all the information out there, because this is, I know, a subject of great interest to members. Thank you.
Minister of Education, Culture and Employment. Oral questions. Member from Inuvik-Boot Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, before I give my question, I do want to have a quick congratulations to Minister Semler and Minister Kaptana and their member statements today, and congratulate them on this special day as well. Mr. Speaker, I spoke about the waiting lists and the issues around housing in my community. My questions are for the Minister of Housing. First question is, how many vacant units are there currently in Inuvik, Mr. Speaker?
Thank you, member from Inuvik-Boot Lake. Minister responsible for housing.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Currently in the town of Inuvik, there are 5 units for occupancy that are in the process of being allocated, 7 units with repairs in progress, and 14 units requiring repairs that have not yet begun. While officially we have 26 units vacant in Inuvik, 5 will be shortly occupied. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister responsible for housing. Member from Inuvik-Boot Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank the Minister for that information, and hopefully we can get those repairs done sooner rather than later, and that we have the funding certainly allocated to do that. Mr. Speaker, can the Minister provide the current number of clients on the public housing wait list in Inuvik?
Member from Inuvik-Boot Lake. Minister responsible for housing.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In Inuvik, like many other communities across the north, we have a long wait list. In Inuvik, we have a total of 80 families on the wait list. 1 bedroom, 52 families. 2 bedrooms, 17. 3 bedroom, we have 8 families, and the 4 bedrooms, we have 3 families. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister responsible for housing, N.W.T. Member from Inuvik-Boot Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Minister Kaptana. Obviously, that speaks to the need, Mr. Speaker, that we need, additional housing, not only in Inuvik, and I'm sure that's, as the Minister says, throughout the territory, especially in our regions, smaller communities. Mr. Speaker, can the Minister commit to prioritising housing for the elderly and disabled? I'm not sure how many of those families or how many on those lists for the 1-bedroom are elderly or have disabilities, but can the Minister commit to prioritising for disabled residents on the waiting list and elderly residents, please?
Thank you. Member from Inuvik-Boot Lake. Minister responsible for housing, N.W.T.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And this subject with elderly and disabled residents, it's become a discussion item, a discussion point throughout the Northwest Territories and with the Council of Leaders. So as part of the strategic renewal, and Housing N.W.T has committed to ongoing policy and program improvements, and will work with N.W.T Housing Forum to consider additional changes to the point rating system that may be needed. Housing N.W.T works closely with the Council of Leaders Housing Working Group to update its policies in the 19th Assembly as part of the Housing N.W.T strategic renewal. The current point rating system, after input from the working group, includes considering suitability, adequacy, and affordability of the individual's current housing arrangements, as well as considering social factors such as victims of family violence, individuals with disabilities or medical conditions aggravated by their current living conditions, or those individuals who are homeless. Housing N.W.T does design and maintain some homes that are designated for seniors or those with mobility accessibility requirements, and is currently delivering 5 duplexes to 5 communities across the Northwest Territories designed for specific clientele. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Minister responsible for Housing N.W.T. Vital supplementary. Member from Nunavut-Bootleg.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the Minister again. It's important that we get this information out there and that residents understand, because myself, as well, I'm sure as many other MLAs do, get a considerable amount of phone calls on the issue, and to get this information out there I think is great. One final, Mr. Speaker, the Minister has signed a collaborative agreement on the housing with the Gwich'in Tribal Council, which I think is amazing, and it's the kind of work we need to be doing. Can the Minister describe how the Department is also working with the Nunavut Regional Corporation and the Inuvik Native Band? Thank you.
Thank you, Member from Nunavut-Bootleg. The Minister responsible for N.W.T Housing.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Housing N.W.T has shared samples of formal agreements established with other Indigenous governments for consideration by the Inuvialuit Regional Corporation. Housing N.W.T is committed to work with Indigenous governments through formal or informal arrangements. Housing N.W.T continues to meet with IRC informally and is working with them, for example, on specific partnership project ideas, as well as supporting them in securing land required for their own housing investments. This includes reviewing all vacant land buildings owned by housing and determining if those properties could be released to IRC in their communities or for their use. Housing N.W.T has signed a collaborative agreement with the Gwich'in Tribal Council and will work with them, as well as the Inuvik Native Band and the Niitak Gwich'in Council, on housing priorities in their communities. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
To Minister Housing N.W.T. I got it finally right. I said N.W.T Housing. Oral questions. Member from Great Slave.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, can the Minister of Housing explain what efforts Housing N.W.T is doing in working with communities to help curb homelessness across the N.W.T? Thank you.
Member from Great Slave. Minister for Housing N.W.T.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Homelessness is a complex issue that requires an interdepartmental approach to provide a range of housing and health-related wraparound supports. A Way Home, the N.W.T's homelessness strategy, acknowledges this truth and has set us on a path towards integrated service delivery. Currently, Housing N.W.T operates 2 homeless shelters in Inuvik and funds shelters in Fort Simpson and Hay River, as well as funding NGOs such as the YWCA, the Yellowknife Women's Society, and the Salvation Army, who provide services directly to the homeless population. Housing N.W.T also coordinates frontline training to NGOs and the N.W.T Inuvik shelter staff to help build capacity for frontline staff who assist people that are experiencing homelessness. In addition, Housing N.W.T has also provided funding via the Northern Pathways to Housing for individual cases with wraparound supports. As the N.W.T implements integrated service delivery, we anticipate enhanced collaboration and coordination with other government departments and agencies, and eventually non-N.W.T partners. Implementation of the integrated service delivery will include establishing 5 integrated co-located teams across the Northwest Territories that will initially be focused on supporting residents experienced or at the risk of homelessness. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister responsible for Housing and N.W.T. Oral questions, member from Great Slate.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the Minister for that answer. Mr. Speaker, in the 19th Assembly, there was a commitment to create 100 units for vulnerable persons in the life of that Assembly, which was noted to be the first expansion of public housing stock in decades. I thank the Minister for clarifying this past February that those units should be completed this summer. Can the Minister please explain if Housing N.W.T. intends to seek further federal funding to make similar investments into our public housing stock during the life of this Assembly? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
From Great Slate, Minister responsible for Housing and N.W.T.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So Housing N.W.T. as part of the N.W.T. federal engagement approach will include housing as one of its top priorities for discussions on funding with Canada. Housing N.W.T. will be focused on finding new, sustainable, long-term approaches to addressing housing needs. Housing N.W.T., supported by the other N.W.T. departments, has begun preparations to engage with federal officials and will be doing so shortly now that the mandate has been finalized and released. The federal government, in its recent budget, announced a number of funding programs to address the national need for housing, a key interest of the N.W.T. and Housing in N.W.T. in particular, is to understand these funding opportunities and how they can be maximized for the Northwest Territories for the benefit of the residents, Indigenous governments, and the N.W.T. As has been stated previously, Housing N.W.T. needs partnerships to address the housing crisis, and that includes partnerships with both the Government of Canada and Indigenous governments, as well as NGOs and other housing stakeholders. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister responsible for Housing and N.W.T. Oral questions, member from Great Slate.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I look forward to hearing more about that engagement once it gets going. Mr. Speaker, I know the previous Assembly also worked with Housing N.W.T. to review their policies in an all-encompassing way. Can the Minister explain if Housing N.W.T. is considering the contemporary issue of homelessness through the lens of the ongoing effects of colonialism, given that Indigenous people are disproportionately represented in those experiencing a lack of housing? Thank you.
Thank you, member from Great Slate. Minister responsible for Housing.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So Housing N.W.T. did review policies related to homelessness and the disproportionate representation of Indigenous people experiencing homelessness in the 19th Assembly. One example of the change policy included a homelessness assistance fund policy, which now provides an exemption for those requiring assistance more than once in their lifetime. Approximately a year ago, the scoring criteria for public housing was adjusted to include a higher rate for those that are experiencing homelessness. We are currently reviewing other policies to see what changes are required and welcome any feedback members may have. Under the homelessness strategy, other N.W.T. policies and processes will be reviewed with this important lens in mind. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister responsible for Housing and N.W.T. Final supplementary, member from Great Slate.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the Minister for that. Hoping maybe she could share some of that so we can give the feedback. Mr. Speaker, can the Minister explain what Housing N.W.T.'s relationship is with, in the day-to-day, with NGOs who provide emergency shelter and transitional supportive housing to residents, and whether any permanent funding arrangements or partnerships can be made between such organizations and Housing N.W.T. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member from Great Slate, 2 questions, Minister for Housing N.W.T.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And from our perspective, we have a good working relationship with NGOs that provide emergency shelter and transitional supportive housing to residents. We are always looking for new funding opportunities both within and outside the N.W.T. and provide pathfinding support to these NGOs to access additional funding resources. Additionally, Housing N.W.T staff regularly speak to the NGO staff related to other issues that they may have, including safety concerns and educational opportunities. When speaking to longer-term or multi-year funding agreements, that is a question that requires an all-of-government response, not just Housing N.W.T. A Way Home recognizes the importance of non-governmental partners have in addressing homelessness and specifically including measures to strengthen partnerships with this sector to ensure their sustainability and success. In the business plan, Executive Indigenous Affairs is committed to working to improve the relationship between the GWT and NGOs and to working to better support the nonprofit sector as a whole. There is much work to be done, but we have reports like the 2023 advisory reports to build upon. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister responsible for Housing N.W.T. Colleagues, we've just went through 25 minutes of question and answer, and we've only gone through 4 people. Can you please keep your answers a little more succinct moving forward? Member from Tuna-Day-Willity.
I got 34 minutes. Thank you. No, I just wanted to maybe just ask the minister that Housing N.W.T. funding from CMHC is going to end in 2038. I just want to know what the Housing Corporation is planning to do between now and then in terms of their plans to deal with this issue and the decline of budgets.
Tuna-Day-Willity, Minister from Housing N.W.T.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And yes, this is an issue that Housing N.W.T. is concerned about. We have declining funding from CMHC that's concerning, and it basically, this fund provides preventative maintenance on all houses across the north, Housing N.W.T. Units across the north. So in 2019-2020, Housing N.W.T. entered into a multi-year bilateral funding agreement with CMHC that provided an ability to offset the annual decline of CMHC operating funding for the public housing program up to 27-28. Housing N.W.T. will continue to work with the GWT in engaging with the federal government on this important issue with the aim of securing long-term sustainable funding certainty for the public housing program. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister responsible for Housing N.W.T. Oral questions. Member from Tuna-Day-Willity.
Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as the Indigenous governments conclude their claims here in the north, and there's still 2 outstanding, and one being close to getting an AIP signed, would the minister on the interim start working with the Indigenous governments to start making an application to CERNAC and in partnership to address the housing crisis in our communities? Thank you.
Member from Tuna-Day-Willity, Minister responsible for Housing N.W.T.
So with the information I've been provided, Housing N.W.T. does not receive funding from CERNAC every year. In the 2022 fiscal year, the federal government announced a 2-year funding allocation for Housing in N.W.T. to invest in public housing. This budget announcement was separate from the funding announced as distinction-based funding for Indigenous governments for housing. Housing N.W.T. was very pleased to see that the funding going to Indigenous government to support the housing needs in the Northwest Territories. Moving forward, though, Housing N.W.T. intends to work in partnership with Indigenous governments when talking to Canada about funding for housing needs. Housing N.W.T. will continue to work with each Indigenous government to make determinations about roles and responsibilities. Not all Indigenous governments are interested in taking on public housing, and they see a continued role for Housing N.W.T. in their regions. Housing N.W.T. recognizes the need to work with Indigenous governments and take their lead in terms of their role with housing in their communities. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister responsible for Housing N.W.T. Oral questions. Member from Tuna-Day-Willity.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the minister commit to working with the federal government to get more money for Indigenous governments to address their own housing needs? Thank you.
From Tuna-Day-Willity, Minister responsible for Housing N.W.T.
Housing N.W.T intends to work in partnership with Indigenous governments in advancing our mandate and priorities related to housing in Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister responsible for Housing and N.W.T. Final supplementary, member from Trinidad-Willity.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, as mentioned earlier, that we get 10 homes provided in Tutsake, and we're having issues with lot development. I'm wondering if the Minister of Housing N.W.T could look at that so that we are able to address the housing needs in our small community of Tutsake. Thank you.
Minister or member from Trinidad-Willity. Minister responsible for Housing and N.W.T.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Lot development is primarily a community government responsibility, and funding is provided to communities through their capital funding that can be used for this purpose. Housing N.W.T has engaged with Municipal and Community Affairs, as well as Environment and Climate Change, to work on the issue of land availability for housing in communities. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister responsible for Housing and N.W.T. Oral questions. Member from Wolfe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this is for Minister of Finance, and I think Minister of Housing can answer this as well, but due to FMB, I'll stick with Minister of Finance. The Financial Administration Act allows the Financial Management Board to forgive debt owed to the government or a public agency where it would be just unreasonable to do so. Can the minister agree that it is not just or reasonable to require repayment of debt to the N.W.T for elders that cannot afford their housing? Thank you.
From Wolfe, Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I can agree, because that is one of the considerations that is within the Financial Administration Manual, that if an individual is indigent, or in other words is unable to repay, then that is one of the considerations and could be one of the reasons for forgiveness or remission of a debt. Thank you.
Finance. Oral questions. Member from Wolfe.
Okay, thank you. Can the minister commit to taking special consideration for elders specifically when reviewing N.W.T policies that guide forgiveness of debt? Thank you.
Member from Wolfe. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I did note before again that there are some considerations already listed, including the inability to pay. With respect to elders broadly as an individual category, that is not currently a consideration and would probably be difficult because of the multitude of circumstances that elders may find themselves in, and defining who may or may not be an elder. I can say, Mr. Speaker, being a whole of government, I know there is the policy review going on over in housing that you've already heard about, and to the extent that there may be an opportunity to build in what appropriate considerations are when an agency as housing brings forward debt for management to the Financial Management Board, then that may be an opportunity to see if we can better define what it is that the member's hoping to see. That would be an opportunity for that. Thank you.
For Finance. Oral questions. Member from Wolfe.
Yes, thank you. Can the minister commit to reviewing the Information Bulletin 640.01, forgiveness and remission under the Financial Administration Manual to deal with this circumstance? Thank you.
Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, that is the document that guides what happens when first an agency or other department identifies a debt for repayment and then brings it forward for consideration. As I noted, the consideration does already include circumstances where an individual is indigent. So if there's a disconnect happening, if there's someone who's in those circumstances and is not finding their debt forgiven, I am going to commit that myself and my colleague, Minister of Housing, we'll work together to make sure that if there's disconnecting, we can speak to the member about if there's something that's not achieving the goal here, that we can, in the course of the work that's already happening in housing, make sure that we fill that gap. There's been over $20 million already forgiven with respect to housing debts, as well as other debts of this nature. And again, with the indigent portion already there, I'm concerned we're missing something. So I will speak to the member further and my colleague and fill that gap. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister of Finance. Final supplementary. Member from Wolfe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I don't have any more further questions, but I will talk and meet with the Minister of Finance and Housing later on. Thank you.
Member from Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So my questions today deal with housing, but I'll direct them to the Minister of Health and Social Services as they relate to a program that is split between the two departments. So there are really encouraging plans to develop a transitional housing program for those returning for addictions treatment, and the pilot will involve one in Inuvik and one in Yellowknife. So does the minister know, first, how many spots are needed in Yellowknife? As in, how many folks in Yellowknife do we generally have at any given time who are returning from treatment and need somewhere to live to get back on their feet? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yellowknife North, Minister Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as aftercare and transitional housing is not currently being offered in the Northwest Territories right now, and it hasn't been offered in Yellowknife. We don't know how many until we start to be able to track. We do know how many people go out for treatment. We do know that not all those people going out for treatment that are returning back need somewhere to live, but there are those that may. So this is, we don't have those numbers at this time. Thank you.
Health and Social Services. Oral questions, member from Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So my understanding is that the program in Yellowknife will have the capacity to house 5 to 6 people at any one time for 30 to 90 days. But if there are more than 6 people in Yellowknife that need transitional housing after returning from treatment, how can the department still support those people? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member from Yellowknife North, Minister of Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, while the 5 to 6 spaces may not address the full need of once we start to, monitor who's coming back and whether or not what the type of facility or recovery or aftercare that they're going to need, housing they're going to need. It's this specific area is for those that are returning back and being able to support them through transitioning on to living on their own. However, I understand the member's concern that right now we don't know how many we're going to need this. We may, at this time I couldn't answer that. But there are other programs and other services that we will continue to support residents returning back from any type of treatment. Thank you.
Services. Oral questions, member from Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So my understanding is that this is meant to be a pilot project, which implies that it's time limited. So how long is this pilot project intended to last? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yellowknife North, Minister of Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this funding is for 2 years, and then we will, as part of the business plan, we'll continue to move forward into the 26-27 business planning cycle for future funds. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister of Health and Social Services. Final supplementary, member from Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I'm going to throw this last question at the minister, but if she doesn't have the stats on hand, I'd be happy to get a written response later. But does she have any idea of the number of people in a year that go away to addictions treatment and who might be returning to Yellowknife? She said they do keep numbers on those sorts of things. I'm wondering if she can give us a sense, or if not, get back to me with a sense of what volume of people we're talking about that are returning from addictions treatment to Yellowknife. Thank you.
Member from Yellowknife North, Minister of Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I will commit to getting the numbers that people that are being sent out from Yellowknife. Necessarily, if they come back to Yellowknife, doesn't mean that this is maybe their end location, because if somebody goes out and is getting well, has gotten well, recovered from and they may go back to their home communities as they may have supports in those communities. So what I can commit to is knowing the people that have been sent out from Yellowknife to the member. Thank you.
Member or Minister of Health and Social Services. Oral questions. Member from the Deitcho.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My questions are for the Minister of Housing. Can the Minister describe her position on acknowledging housing as a human right in the N.W.T? Thank you.
From the Deitcho, Minister of Housing N.W.T.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the member for the question. It raises an important issue worthy of careful consideration by this House. I don't think there's anyone in this chamber who doesn't agree that we're in a housing crisis and that stable, affordable housing provides a foundation for people's well-being and participation in society. The right to housing is the subject of international treaties, including the Universal Declaration of Human Rights and the International Covenant on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights. These are international obligations that fall within federal jurisdiction. In Section 4, the Canadian National Housing Strategy Act speaks to the progressive realization of the right to adequate housing, which is the acknowledgement first that the right to housing has not been realized, and second, that it takes significant time and resources to move toward that state. This federal act already applies throughout Canada. The federal government is the only government in Canada with the fiscal capacity and resources needed to help realize a right to housing. Under the National Housing Strategy, the federal government has been making significant investments in housing across Canada to aid with the progressive realization of the right to adequate housing. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister responsible for Housing N.W.T. Oral questions. Member from Deitcho.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the Minister for that. The second question is, can the Minister describe discussions that have occurred at the N.W.T. Housing Forum to acknowledge housing as a human right? Thank you.
Thank you, member from the Deitcho. Minister responsible for Housing N.W.T.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My understanding is that the topic has been raised at the Council of Leaders and not specifically the Housing Forum. I'm not aware of any direction from that discussion to pursue a separate and distinct naming of this right in the Northwest Territories, as it is already acknowledged federally. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister responsible for Housing N.W.T. Oral questions. Member from Deitcho.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have question 3, but I have some things that added underneath there. So can the Minister commit to providing more outcome-based measures in the N.W.T. in the Housing N.W.T. annual report? Commit to measuring and reporting on the number of houses in core need by community and the number of homes brought out of core need annually. Thank you.
From the Deitcho, Minister responsible for Housing N.W.T.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So Housing N.W.T. acknowledges it does not have the adequate data and measurement. Due to the lack of capacity and resources, Housing N.W.T. has not historically tracked the levels of data that are required in today's world to demonstrate the needs required. Housing N.W.T. is embarking on work that needed to complete a territorial housing needs assessment analysis in collaboration with the Housing Forum, which we seek to obtain a better baseline understanding of the overall housing statistics in the Northwest Territories, and will then look to keep that data up to date on a regular basis. We expect to start this work and complete the work in 2025. The data will be important for the N.W.T. and communities to know where there are housing needs in the Northwest Territories. The data will help the governments focus their funding on where needs are and help demonstrate the need to federal government where data is currently lacking. We will take the members' recommendation into account while we look at this analysis, what this analysis will produce, and what can be reported in Housing N.W.T.'s annual report. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister responsible for Housing N.W.T. Final supplementary, member from Deitcho.
Just more of a comment, Mr. Speaker. I just want to thank the Minister for that and look forward to that information. Thank you.
Oral questions. Oral questions. Member from Rangeley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to turn to the issue of the proposed closure of the Fort Smith Correctional Centre. I don't want to speak about that, but I want to talk about the South Mackenzie Correctional Centre in Hay River. My understanding is the most efficient way to operate our correctional system would be to have one centralized facility, and the largest one is North Slave Correctional Facility. So why wasn't the South Slave facility considered for cuts if we truly are committed to saving money? Thank you.
Member from Range Lake, Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I explained in Committee of the Whole when I got this question about the budget, which is actually before Committee of the Whole right now, I stated that what is going on at the South Mackenzie Correctional Centre is an attempt by the government to institute a program that is not just a correctional program. It is a healing program, and it is unique. I hear lots of comments in the House about the need to rehabilitate offenders, to give them the tools so that they don't return to jail or to a life of crime or to whatever activity landed them in jail. And so we want to see that through and hopefully build upon the successes that we are seeing in that program. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister of Justice. Oral questions, member from Range Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So why can't that program be based out of the North Slave Correctional Centre? Thank you.
Thank you, member from Range Lake. Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I know there's a desire by some to shut down all of the correctional facilities outside of Yellowknife, but the fact is that the program is existing in the South Mackenzie Correctional Centre right now. The North Slave Centre is not, it's a higher security facility. It is not designed in a way that would be conducive to running that program. Given the size of the facility, we could shut everything down outside of Yellowknife and centralize it and attempt to run the program out of there, but that has not been determined to be the best approach at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister of Justice. Oral questions, member from Range Lake.
Mr. Speaker, the only person who wants to shut down correctional centres is the Minister of Justice. It's not this member. In fact, I would rather see all of our correctional officers keep their jobs and continue doing good work for the territory. Is the minister not looking at SMCC because it's in his riding? Thank you.
Oh, colleagues, that's cutting kind of close. Can we be very specific to what we're trying to achieve here? Please, can you rephrase that question? Member from Range Lake.
Mr. Speaker, did the minister consult with community leadership, including the Chamber of Commerce, Town Council, the First Nations in Fort Smith, before they made this decision? Thank you.
Thank you, member from Range Lake. Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. No.
Minister of Justice. Final supplementary, member from Range Lake.
Mr. Speaker, I'm sure the Premier is aware of how important jobs are in regional centres and small communities, especially centres that provide a lot of employment. How is the government going to make up for the loss of jobs and employment in Fort Smith as a result of the closure of the facility? Thank you.
Thank you, member from Range Lake. Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Options have been presented in this House. Members asked me about this during Committee of the Whole, and I've responded with answers. Thank you.
Minister of Justice. Oral questions. Oral questions. Written questions. Member from Range Lake. Okay. Close. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to follow up on questions raised by the member for Yellowknife Centre on the Aurora College transition. In the media, it's been reported, there's a very prominent headline. It's a concern by constituents that the transition has been paused. There's some confusion whether it's a pause, if it's a delay, if it's still ongoing. Yes, there's a new mandate letter coming, but what is the state right now, and why are representatives of the leadership of the college that's its arm's length saying that this is paused, this transition is paused? Thank you.
From Range Lake, Minister of Education, Culture and Employment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. As acknowledged in this House before, there have been delays that are based on the timeline that is published online for Aurora College. But as far as what other people are saying who aren't in this room and who have not communicated that to me personally, I would not be able to speak to. Thank you.
Education, Culture and Employment. Member from Range Lake.
I don't want to wander into the wildness of opinions, but I'm sure the minister can read headlines like the rest of us. The question is, does the minister think that, how does the minister respond when the board is making those statements? Does she respond by calling them and saying what's going on? I'd just like to know how she is responding to this information that's out in the public and that's causing confusion. Thank you.
From Range Lake, Minister of Education, Culture and Employment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as acknowledged previously, I did have the opportunity to listen to the same CBC radio interview, which I believe that is where that headline came from. What I did hear in that radio interview was that an acknowledgement by the chair that the transformation has been delayed. Mr. Speaker, I continue to have said the same thing now for the entirety of the session on the floor of the House. Thank you.
Minister of Education, Culture and Employment. Oral questions, member from Range Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just have a quick question for the Minister of Education, Culture and Employment. So I mentioned in my member statement today that there's a local resident in my riding who is trying to get together or pull together a community art project to paint some murals on public housing units that are boarded up, and the Department of Housing has been super helpful in providing the boards and logistics, and I'm wondering if the Minister of Education, Culture and Employment might have any ideas for funding that could help get this project off the ground, just some small amounts of funding, basic in terms of covering paints and materials, things like that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member from Yellowknife North, Minister of Education, Culture and Employment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there are some arts funding programs through the Department of Education, Culture and Employment. The one that immediately comes to mind for a project like this would be the Small Arts Grant. The Small Arts Grant provides funding up to $5,000 for art projects across the territory. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister of Education, Culture and Employment. Oral questions, member from...
That's fine. Thank you very much. We'll be following up offline. Thank you.
Let's get to the questions, please, folks. No, I appreciate the commentary afterwards, but oral questions. Member from Yellowknife Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, you know, I didn't have a question, but I always have a question, so I'm ready to go. So I think I'll ask the Minister of Health a question here with respect to medical documents when people go to Alberta. So I'd been a constituent approached me, and I'm sure I'm not the only one, Mr. Speaker, so it's important to get this clear on the record, which is what's happening. When constituents travel to Alberta, their doctors don't seem to have their information, and they're told they can't send them. So what is the department doing in the context of interim solutions? I believe that they're changing the health program, network, software, whatever, but the problem is constituents are still traveling south without that information, and it's causing frustration and problems. Does the minister have an update or a solution? Thank you.
Member from Yellowknife Centre, Minister of Health and Social Services.
Mr. Speaker, when patients are traveling down to Alberta, depending, I mean, wherever they're coming from, there's different systems that we use, and yes, I've mentioned it many times in this House that the systems that we use don't talk with Alberta systems, and that is why it is in the business plan, and that we are updating our EMR, our electronic medical records, in the health system. One of those things is to hopefully to make sure that it does have the opportunity to connect with Alberta. What they do currently, there are many different ways, and that they do send documents. And at this point, if they're, depending on what clinic they're going to, what specialists they're going to, if this, there's many different things. So I can get back to the member on the ways that we provide information when we do referrals to Alberta Health. Thank you.
Minister of Health and Social Services. Oral questions, member from Yellowknife Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, constituents are showing up at referrals by doctors to doctors in Alberta without the information. So there must be some type of standard practice, including package and process that's going on now, because we can't, or being proposed now, because we can't have people being sent on medical travel. What a waste of money to send them there without the information. So what is currently being done by the department to help fill this problem or solve this problem? Thank you.
You member from Yellowknife Centre, Minister of Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we send thousands of people to Alberta, so if the member wants to know about a specific instance, is this something that he has multiple constituents that are coming to him? And so if he wants to bring this forward to my office, I would gladly look into it. Thank you.
Minister of Health and Social Services. Oral question, member from Yellowknife Centre.
Mr. Speaker, I'm thinking this is a bigger picture, which is as the minister has acknowledged, the systems don't talk to each other, so there must be a standard of care on how we're packaging this information, whether we're emailing it down to them, or we're sending it with a constituent, or we're sending it in a secure bag. Like, what's the practice of the department in these particular cases? If files can't be emailed, or systems can't talk to each other, they must be able to work this problem out, and it can't be an individual constituent based on the fact that the ministers acknowledge the systems don't talk to each other. So I'm asking, how do they do this, or what are they working on as an interim solution? Thank you.
Member from Yellowknife Centre, Minister of Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, before we even had electronic medical records, our patients traveled. So like I said again, if this is a specific instance, because if it is, and if there are many people that are going to appointments, they're not complaining through my office, so maybe they're going through the Office of Client Experience, and that's where I would tell these clients to also go. I would encourage any MLAs to encourage their constituents to go through the Office of Client Experience. This way we can document what the issues are, and then we can rectify them if this is a bigger issue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister of Health and Social Services. Final supplementary. Member from Yellowknife Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I mean, wouldn't the minister want to know how documents go from N.W.T to Alberta? And hence, it'd be nice to know from a constituency point of view that it may apply to other members. But the issue is that if the systems don't talk to each other, I think the minister would know how they communicate their medical health information in today's environments of security information and the details. So I would think that there'd be a practice and process in place, and that's what I'm asking for. Thank you.
Thank you, member from Yellowknife Centre, Minister of Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I did commit to getting the many ways that we do this, and there is a way to do it, and I'm not going to sit here and explain from this health centre we do it this way. And sometimes if they're coming in from a small community, they may go in a secure with a practitioner. The patient may go. There are multiple different ways, and depending on which physicians and so this is the coordination of our special clinics. When they refer, they have their processes, and so if there are individual, and so there doesn't seem to be an issue because it hasn't come to light. And so if there's an individual issue, or if this is an ongoing issue of the members' constituents, then I suggest that they either reach out to my office or reach out to him and then come through my office or the Office of Client Experience. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister of Health and Social Services. Oral questions. Member from Yellowknife Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On a different subject, don't worry, Health Minister. I'm going to ask the Premier, who's Minister of Justice, this question. The body cameras have come up over the years, and there was some people asking recently, and I And is this a consideration in the long term over the territorial governments working with the RCMP to bring body cameras here north, given the fact that we live in a modern world and a new world, and this helps both parties involved? So generally speaking, I'm going to start off, the first question is this a consideration on the front of the Department of Justice to look at this in partnership, obviously, with the RCMP?
Member from Illinois Centre, Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes.
Of Justice.
Okay, well, that's good. Is there any thoughts or knowledge with the Minister? It's always weird, we call him Minister of Justice. The Minister and the Department as to what type of timelines or logistical challenges that may delay the timeline. So I'm looking to get a sense of how soon or what are we talking about? Thank you.
Illinois Centre, Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Body-worn cameras have been field tested in Nunavut, and so there have been issues identified. The cold weather, with the requirements around uploading significant amounts of data, especially in communities with not the best internet connections, but many of those issues have been worked out, and body-worn cameras will be rolling out later this year. Thank you.
Minister of Justice. Oral questions, member from Illinois Centre.
Thank you. That kind of took out my last question, but I still got time on the clock. So, Mr. Speaker, data, well, no, you know what? No question. Thank you. Thanks.
Member from Yellowknife Centre. Oral questions? Oral questions. Written questions. Member from Wolfley.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a housing debt among elders and seniors, and it's for Housing Minister. The accumulation of housing debt among elders and seniors in the Northwest Territories can cause serious financial hardship as they age. There are tools available for the government of the Northwest Territories to provide relief to elders and seniors. Can the Minister of Housing provide information to understand the extent of debt owed to the government of the Northwest Territories from seniors housing units and actions taken to collect on this debt? 1. Over the last 5 years, can the Minister provide the total arrears owed to Housing Northwest Territories by mortgage and rent? On that list, please further specify the numbers. A, the numbers of clients and value of debt transferred to the rental office to administer arrears collections. B, the number of clients and the value of mortgages that have been forgiven in the last 5 years. C, the number of clients who have renegotiated lower payments with Housing N.W.T. And D, the number of clients of value of debt from seniors, people 60 years and older. Thank you.
Member from Mophie. Written questions. Written questions. Returns to written questions. Returns to written questions. Replies to the Commissioner's address. Replies to the Commissioner's address. Petitions. Petitions. Reports on committee of the review of bills. Reports on committee on the review of bills. Reports of standing and special committees. Reports on standing and special committees. Table of the documents. Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I wish to table the following two documents. The Government of the Northwest Territories response to Committee Report 67-19(2), Report on the Review of the 2021-2022 Public Accounts, and Supplementary Estimates, Infrastructure Expenditures Number 1, 2024-2025. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Of Finance. Table of documents. Table in the documents. Notice of motions. Member from Tuna-de-Willity.
Mr. Speaker, I gave notice that on Friday, June 7, 2024, I will move the following motion. Now, therefore, I move second by the member from Decho that the government of the Northwest Territories reinstate the Royal Canadian Mounted Police K-9 unit in Hay River. And further, that the government of the Northwest Territories and the Royal Canadian Mounted Police collaborate and respond specifically to the rise in the crime in Hay River. And furthermore, that the government of the Northwest Territories provide a response to this motion within 120 days. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Member from Trinity-Willits. Notice of motions. Notice of motions. Motions. Member from Moffley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, consideration for elders and seniors in debt eliminations. Whereas elders and seniors who are no longer working and only receive a fixed income have little ability to get out of debt once it has accumulated. And whereas some elders and seniors in communities who have accumulated housing debt face extreme financial hardship to get out of arrears. And whereas the government of the Northwest Territories should be supporting our elders and seniors to age in place and to age with dignity. And whereas Section 62 of the Financial Administration Act allows the forgiveness of debt to the government of the Northwest Territories or a public agency where it is just and reasonable to do so. And whereas the policy that guides the consideration on the forgiveness of debt does not clearly identify how the government of the Northwest Territories determines a debtor to be indigent, or how a debt is determined to be unjust or unreasonable. Now, therefore, I move, seconded by member for Trinity-Willits, that the government of the Northwest Territories revise the Financial Administration Manual and related policies on the elimination of debt to provide specific provisions for forgiveness of debt owed to the government of the Northwest Territories or a public agency for elders and seniors who are 60 years of age and older. And further, that the government of the Northwest Territories review and revise the Financial Administration Manual and policies to define how it will measure and assess unreasonable or unjust financial hardship on elders and seniors. And furthermore, that the government of the Northwest Territories review and revise the Financial Administration Manual and policies to ensure that elders and seniors who are on fixed incomes are not forced into undue financial hardship to pay debt to the government of the Northwest Territories. And furthermore, that the government of the Northwest Territories respond to this motion within 120 days. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Motion is in order to the motion. Member for Moffley.
Okay, Mr. Speaker. I know that we have talked a lot in this House about the needs for elders and seniors to age with dignity. And my motion that I put forward, it's actions behind these words. There are many elders in my ridings and other regions as well. There are many elders out there who are struggling to make ends meet. We know that N.W.T is faced with high cost of living, the fuel price, the groceries. It's very difficult for people in small communities, especially the elders. It's difficult, especially with children too as well, because many of the elders are caring for their grandchildren. So it's difficult for them to make ends meet. And I have, I met many elders in my writings who over the years have accumulated many bills and debts. And there are many reasons why people go into debt with the government. Some elders, some people had bills piled up during the time when housing was limited in small communities, and adult children were living with parents, and they were working, and that's how a lot of these bills were accumulated. So as a result, I know that over the years, housing made some changes to the policy that people who are living in the units, they were on the lease, they were added to the lease that were like an adult. So that was okay, but before then, many of these bills were accumulated. So in other cases, people were desperate, and it's not just this, it was also for the mortgage as well. In other cases where people were desperate to acquire housing back in the 90s that I know, and my colleague, one of my colleagues knows about this as well, you know, some people were given free houses. Other people were provided mortgages. And in many of these business dealings, language was a real issue because the mortgage term was new to many of my constituents or to many of the residents in the N.W.T, especially in small communities. So many of the elders, they are elders now, so many of them sign on to mortgages, not fully understanding what they were signing up for. So as a result, many of them fell behind with payments, and some of them refinanced some of their housing, and some of them was sent to the collections, or they did a mortgage with the financial institutions, and some of them lost their houses. And there was some of them went through foreclosure. So in either cases, I know that several people are still, to this day, trying to pay off mortgages they signed over 30 years ago. And my concern, Mr. Speaker, is that elders and seniors, once they have aged out of labor force, they have very limited financial resources. Many elders in communities live in a great financial needs across the N.W.T. And when we went to Acknowledgements, we also met some people that were in that same situation. So the cost of living with their debt to the N.W.T is beyond their means. Mr. Speaker, this debt is a debt they will never get out of for the remainder of their years. So we need to do something about it. So, and this is why, Mr. Speaker, I'm moving this motion to ask the government to make consideration for elders and seniors over 60 years and older who owe housing debt to the N.W.T. We need to be able to help and support our elders and seniors to age in place. We need to ease the financial burden for elders and seniors to allow them the dignity to live the remainder of their life in their homes, the place where they raise their families and build all their memories. And some of these elders have medical conditions that, as I am currently speaking, some of the elders have medical issues. They're on dialysis. Some of them are cancer survivors. Some of them have cognitive issues. There's all kinds of, and other illnesses that relate to aging. And I also talked to some of my constituents due to debt accumulated over the years. And what they did is that some of these elders, an elder that I know, they consolidated all their bills with the bank. This is what they did with the bank and used their house as collateral. And these elders, some of these elders, they don't understand the term. So it's an added stress for some of these elders that are already living on a fixed income. So for me, how I see this is that it is an abuse by the financial institution as well. And I also met some people here, some elders living in Yellowknife, who are living on the Gitzo Street in a townhouse. They must be Northern Properties tenants. They are paying over $3,000 for rent plus utilities. And it is a disgrace because there's no cap, rent cap on many of these residents. And there's no way anybody will get out of debt if you're paying over $3,000 for rent. And if this elder is going through that, it's more difficult for families with children. So with that in mind, so Mr. Speaker, I'm asking this government to review the financial procedures for debt collections. I am asking the government to think about elders and seniors specifically, the financial burden they carry as they age, and whether this financial burden is unjust or unreasonable. We have responsibility to take care of our elders and seniors. We must be able to find a way to ease their financial stress so they can live the remainder of their days in peace. Not forgive the debt when they're gone. Do it while they're still here so they can enjoy life, so they can do things that they want to do with their grandkids. Spend more time with their children and grandkids. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
To the motion, Minister responsible for Housing and N.W.T.
Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the member for bringing this motion forward today and acknowledge the importance of this topic. I understand it is a critical issue for many elders across the Northwest Territories. Housing N.W.T will work closely with the Department of Finance and other G&WT departments to consider the issues presented in this motion. We look forward to working with the member and her colleagues on issues identified in this motion. Some of this work is already underway. Housing N.W.T has been reviewing all relevant government policies and considering the possible introduction of a new policy approach to further assist Housing N.W.T tenants and clients in addressing their arrears, including elders. I expect to be able to share this work with the members this fall. Cabinet will abstain from the vote on this motion and will provide a comprehensive response to the House within 120 days as requested by this motion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister responsible for Housing. To the motion, member from Yellowknife Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm going to vote in favor of it. I just want to say that was one of the best answers to replies to a motion I've ever heard from a minister. As a matter of fact, I'm overwhelmed. I don't know. I'm looking for the Kleenex box to cry. That said, obviously I'll be voting in favor of it to support my colleague and my community members who face this challenge day to day, and that's all I wanted to say. Good job, Minister, on that response. See?
Thank you, member from Yellowknife Centre. To the motion. To the motion, member from Wolf, you get the final say.
Questions? Yes, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just like my colleague said about the Minister of Housing, that was a good response to our motion, and I'm looking forward to working with them. Yeah, and then I'm looking forward to working with her, or all of us looking forward to working with her and the Department of Finance to fix this. And can we have a recorded vote for this? Thank you.
Member from Moultrie has asked for a recorded vote. Sorry, actually, to the motion. Question has been called. Member from Moultrie has asked for a recorded vote. All those in favor, please stand.
The member for Montfouille, the member for Frame Lake, the member for Great Slave, the member for Mackenzie Delta, the member for Yellowknife North, the member for Tunide-Wellade, the member for Decho, the member for Yellowknife Centre, the member for Range Lake, the member for Nuvik-Boot Lake.
All those opposed, please stand. All those abstaining, please stand.
The member for Yellowknife South, the member for Cam Lake, the member for Hay River North, the member for Hay River South, the member for Nuvik Twin Lakes, the member for Nunavut.
All those in favor, 10. Opposed, 0. Abstention, 6. Motion has passed. Motions. Member from Range Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Whereas the government of the Northwest Territories holds significant authority over lands within community and municipal boundaries, and whereas the government of the Northwest Territories could support the economic development of communities by enabling community control of community land via block land transfer, and whereas the government of the Northwest Territories initiated a block land transfer with the City of Yellowknife in 2021 as a pilot project to guide the rest of the Northwest Territories community land transfers, and this block land transfer remains outstanding, and whereas the delay of block land transfer to communities is delaying the development of communities and the implementation of urgent housing solutions and desperately needed across the Northwest Territories, now, therefore, I move, seconded by the member for Frame Lake, that the government of the Northwest Territories complete the block transfer of land to communities within municipal and community boundaries without delay, and further, that the government of the Northwest Territories remove requirements from communities that are impeding this transfer, such as the requirement for surveying, community zoning, and bylaw development for land that is under government of the Northwest Territories authority, and furthermore, that the government of the Northwest Territories remove internal impediments that are delaying the efficient transfer of lands within municipal and community boundaries, and furthermore, that the government of the Northwest Territories provide public updates on the status of block land transfer to communities, and furthermore, that the government of the Northwest Territories provide a response to this motion within 120 days. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member from Range Lake. The motion is in order. To the motion. Member from Range Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, land is so crucial to the Northwest Territories. Land is life for the First Peoples who've called the N.W.T. home since time immemorial, and for a modern economy, or any economy, really, access to land is at its core. We have a unique land management system in the Northwest Territories that stands alone. The member for the seconder of the motion, the member for Frame Lake, brought that up only recently, and it stands to reason why. You know, what is this achieving other than unreasonable delays in accessing land that's crucial for development? This motion speaks to the need for land for affordable housing. This motion speaks to access to land for community development. Communities cannot master their own economic futures and pilot their communities forward without access to land within their boundaries. It's impossible, and it's been this way for far too long. This is not the first time a motion like this has come before this Assembly. There were similar motions in the previous Assembly, the Assembly that I served in. I believe our longest-serving member as well has seen more than a few of these motions. So that goes back a long ways. And I know that this is a frustratingly persistent problem. I know this cabinet has signaled that they are taking this seriously and does want to move forward, and this motion is designed to give that some push. The pilot project that has been initiated, we would like to see it move forward, and this motion contemplates that. But it's not just a Yellowknife motion, it's a motion for all communities. I've spoken to colleagues from other regional centers and other places where this motion would benefit, and it would be very much a benefit. And I want to point out that this call to action in no way impedes upon the sovereign rights of Indigenous nations to control their own land or to negotiate their own land rights agreements, as is in the case of the Acacho and Decho First Nations, which are still unresolved. We're very sensitive to that, Mr. Speaker, and we don't want to presuppose the outcomes of those land dispositions. This is specifically speaking to public land that is not subject to interim land withdrawal, that is currently within these boundaries. Excuses in the past have been, well, the N.W.T. might need this land for a future purpose, or there might be a coming claim or something like that. We need to work in the present and set people up for the future, and we can't do that if we don't give them the land in their own backyards. So if we're going to bring, in particular, the cost of housing down and make more housing affordable, which is the #1 priority of this Assembly, we need to pass this motion. We need to make land available to communities, and it needs to start as soon as possible. This is also something the Standing Committee on Accountability and Oversight has put in their report on the main estimates, that this is something they want to, something the committee all supports. So this motion is reinforcing that message, that if we don't modernize our system of land management, ensure that communities have access to land so they can plan, then we will not move forward as a territory. We will not solve our housing crisis, and we will not unlock the benefit, the potential economic growth in our communities, from our largest community here in Yellowknife to our smallest communities that could benefit from this, from access to their own lands. So I strongly encourage the House to support this motion, and I look forward to the coming debate. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member from Range Lake. To the motion. Member from Nunavut Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, just briefly, I support this motion. I've heard from Mayor Clarence Wood several times since I've come down, since I was elected, that it's been an issue for the town of Inuvik, whether it's for the expansion of the Inuvik Satellite Station facility or just access land for more R2 and R1 residential property, which, as you know, is being scooped up right now by our Indigenous governments, which is great. So just wanted to reiterate my colleagues, echo my colleagues' sentiments that yes, it is an issue, and we realize that it is being looked at by the government right now, and I know that it is in AOC's response to the address, but I do support this motion.
Nunavut Lake. To the motion, member from Yellowknife Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The mover of the motion, I want to thank him for doing that, and certainly the seconder. This is an important issue for all communities, not just Yellowknife. This affects all public governments, whether they're municipal or Indigenous governments. It affects everyone to move forward on their plans, their growth of their communities, as well as the sustainability of their economies. I mean, if you cannot have land to plan with, you can't predict, you can't plan for the future, whether it's housing or business interests. So there's no sense of repeating everything my colleague from Range Lake had said, because I basically took the best things to say about this motion, and I acknowledge that, because he's absolutely right. This is critical. And it makes it very challenging. And if a city or a town or whatever community has to apply for land each and every time when they're wanting to do big and difficult initiatives that take time, the last thing they need is the municipal and community affairs to stand in their way, and that discourages growth of a community. So I'll be supporting the motion, and I think it's, I think this is so critical for the government to respond on and finally show leadership on this initiative. Why hold land in this form when it's not needed? It's so unusual. I can't think of a single reason why we are so unique on this particular file. Thank you.
Member from Yellowknife Centre. To the motion, member from Frame Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I certainly won't need 20 minutes to speak on this one. Mr. Speaker, I'm also rising to speak in favor of the motion. Mr. Speaker, when I served on Yellowknife City Council, the issue of access to lands was an ongoing frustration. And I asked staff at one point, in a particular moment of frustration, whether any other jurisdictions in Canada have systems like this, where lands within municipal boundaries have multiple layers of jurisdictional management. The answer that staff gave me at the time was no, that the N.W.T is unique. Mr. Speaker, I understand that we have outstanding land claims and certainly support excluding lands under interim withdrawal from consideration for transfer, as spoken to by the member from Range Lake. However, I don't otherwise see why municipalities shouldn't be managing lands within their boundaries, as most municipalities do anywhere else in Canada. If the departments implicated in this motion are concerned about certain implications of granting communities this responsibility, I ask, could those be addressed in ways which don't impede access to lands for municipal development which aren't of concern? I spoke to priorities in my budget address earlier today, Mr. Speaker. Duplication of land management in municipal boundaries where municipalities have been devolved responsibility by the territorial government is not something which strikes me as being a high priority. I don't think the territorial government would or does appreciate when their federal counterpart overly involves itself in governance of the territory. The reason authority is devolved is to ensure local oversight and appropriate levels of governance, whether that be from the federal government to the territory or from the territory to municipalities. Where possible, Mr. Speaker, I don't want to unnecessarily impede communities from developing their lands to increase access to housing, which I see as being the primary reason for this motion coming forward. Let's find a way to move forward on this which works for municipalities and do what we can to ensure that whatever concerns exist on increasing municipal autonomy are addressed with reasonableness, fairness, and consideration of the top priority of this Assembly, which is development of housing. Sorry, I don't have that off the top of my head, but that wraps up my my written comments on the motion, Mr. Speaker. I just think that we should be prioritizing where we can, not getting in the way of municipalities developing their lands. I think my colleagues have spoken to this already. I won't repeat what's been said. So that stands as my my list of reasons for supporting this motion, and I'm certainly interested to hear the government's response. Thank you.
Thank you, member from Frame Lake. To the motion. To the motion, Mr. Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So the motion calls for block land transfers. I believe what was intended was bulk land transfers. The block land transfers were the historical process of the transfer of administration of lands from the Government of Canada to the Government of the Northwest Territories. And so perhaps the member would like to amend the 7 instances in the motion that's a block and change them to bulk so that it is it's accurate for what they're going for, if that's what they are going for. But regardless, the government will be abstaining from this vote and will be providing a response within 120 days if it passes. Thank you.
To the motion. To the motion, to the member from Range Lake. Final say.
Thank you. Yeah, I think the honourable premier however it works out, I think the intention is clear. We'll allow the government to respond to this motion, but the intention is, of course, land held by the N.W.T to move towards municipalities, one government to another. And in cases where there's designated authorities, there would be a conversation with bands that manage their communities as with municipal powers. So I'm sure the Minister of Environment and Climate Change probably has more technical response that will be forthcoming if this motion carries, and it sounds like we have good support, and we'll be able to have a conversation, or we'll be able to consider the full information. But a lot of this motion, what this motion contemplates is work behind the scenes, work with municipalities. I'm sure we will bring this back to the communities we represent and make sure that their aspirations for access to their own land is brought forward to them. So with that, I will ask again that the House support this motion and we move forward into a future where municipalities have control over their own economic destinies through adequate access to their own lands. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, member. To the motion. Question has been called. The member has asked for a recorded vote. Please stand. All those in favor?
The member for Range Lake. The member for N.W.T Lake. The member for Montfouille. The member for Frame Lake. The member for Mackenzie Delta. The member for Yellowknife North. The member for Tunede-Wellade. The member for Decho. The member for Yellowknife Centre.
Those opposed, please stand. Those abstaining, please stand.
The member for Great Slave. The member for Yellowknife South. The member for Cam Lake. The member for Hay River North. The member for Hay River South. The member for N.W.T Lake, Twin Lakes. The member for Nunavut.
To the motion, those in favor, 9. Opposed, 0. 7 abstentions. Motion has carried. Motions. Member from Trinidad-Willity.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Maintaining Northwest Territories housing stock. Whereas in 1993, the Government of Canada canceled social housing programs in the Northwest Territories, which built a significant local economy and created multiple housing units. And whereas the Home Ownership Assistance Program resulted in the construction of many new homes across the Northwest Territories. But these homes were built without the required operation maintenance funding to maintain these homes. And whereas the state of the housing Home Ownership Assistance Program units in the Northwest Territories are reaching the end of the life cycle and need complete emergency retrofits. And whereas the Housing Northwest Territories acknowledged nearly 1 in 4 households in the Northwest Territories are in core housing need, and the cost of adjusting core housing estimated at $300 million in capital and $18 million in ongoing operation funding. And whereas home ownership inspections are urgently needed to determine the actual cost to adjusting housing repairs and plan to bring in homes across the Northwest Territories up to the National Building Codes standards. Now, therefore, I move, second by the member of the Yellowknife North, that the Government of the Northwest Territories immediately provide funding grants to Indigenous governments that wish to complete home inspections in their region. And furthermore, that the Government of the Northwest Territories provide financial support to Indigenous governments to assist in data collection to support opportunities to leverage federal government funding. And furthermore, the Government of the Northwest Territories provide funding to Indigenous governments in alignment with the mandate of the 20th Legislative Assembly to ensure sustainable financial resources for housing programs and projects. And furthermore, to facilitate this financial support, the Government of the Northwest Territories enter a memorandum of understanding with all interested Indigenous governments and bring forward necessary appropriation by the end of the 2024-2025 fiscal year. And furthermore, that the Government of the Northwest Territories respond to this motion within 120 days. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Motion is in order. To the motion. Member from Trinidad-Willity.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I brought this motion forward as a result of when I was first elected in the 19th Assembly. And one of the things that came out of my writing is that housing was a problem. To qualify for a housing corporation program, you pretty well had to shoot an arrow from Yellowknife to hit a board in Thutsakay, and if you hit the middle of the bullseye, then you could qualify for a program. Well, Mr. Speaker, the policy of the Government of the Northwest Territories just doesn't work for our people in small communities. And as a result of the demand and hearing back from my constituents in small communities, they've asked me to put together a letter to the Housing Minister in the 19th Assembly, in which I did. I put in a letter of about over 120 homes that needed urgent repairs. And I never got a reply back for about 3 or 4 months. And at the end of the day, the letter that I got back was that they're saying that this issue is going to be addressed by the Circle of Aboriginal Leaders. And so that was a response to me. So when I go back to my constituents in Fort Resolution, who are the elders that are asking for help, I have to tell them that, I'm sorry, this is my response back from the minister, and this is what I had to tell them what the results were. But regardless, Mr. Speaker, in the Northwest Territories, prior to 1993, the Housing Corporation did a really good job and getting money from CMHC and the federal government of Canada, and they built anywhere from 400 to 500 homes a year, and throughout the Northwest Territories, and that included Nunavut prior to 1999. And so what's happening now? The average life cycle of a house is about 50 years, and before it needs work. But right now, in small communities, we have a lot of HAP houses that are 30 plus years old and in dire need of complete retrofit. If we don't address this issue now, then the problem is going to come is when these homes is going to be condemned, and it could be condemned by the fire marshal, and if that happens, then it only adds to the overall housing crisis we have here in the Northwest Territories. So I took upon myself to recognize that the Housing Corporation doesn't have the money today to address these home ownership repairs in small communities throughout the Northwest Territories. And so what I did was I put together an idea, thinking outside the box and trying to figure a way how I could work with the Housing Corporation, so Housing N.W.T. and the Minister, trying to figure a way to resolve this issue. And the only way I could think of it is because I know that they don't have the money to deal with this issue. I thought maybe, okay, well, let's try something different. I got about 540 homes in my riding, and there's about 200 public housing units. And so the rest is, we could call the private homes. Those are the ones that I want to look at. And if I'm able to get some seed money from the Housing Corporation to undertake these inspections of these units and determine the actual cost to bring up these units to national building codes standards, and then put it all together. And if I'm able to work with the Minister of the Housing Corporation, with the KHO Territory Government and the N.W.T. Métis Nation for resolution, we could do this collectively. And I got support letters from them already. My letters are sitting in the Minister's office right now for support to undertake a project like this. But this motion that I have in front of us now is going to be identical for other regions in the Northwest Territories to step up and maybe work with the Housing N.W.T. because this problem in my riding of Tunadé is no different than all of the other 5 regions in the Northwest Territories. It's the same issue. So the housing issue is not going to go away. So speaking to the motion, this is something that is needed. It's when I put my letter together on March 15, 2024, outlining my priorities for my riding, again, housing is still #1 issue. And it turns out now that the priority of this government is housing is the #1 issue. So I'm being proactive, trying to think outside the box, and put together, if we work with the Housing N.W.T. in partnership with the Indigenous governments, then we all can hit that bullseye together. So that's something I'm thinking outside the box. So, Mr. Speaker, to the motion, that's why I brought this forward. Thank you.
Thank you, member from Tunadé-Willowdale. To the motion. To the motion, Minister of Housing and N.W.T. Oh, member from Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And just briefly here, I want to thank the member for Tunadé-Willowdale for bringing this forward. I think it really aligns with the Assembly's priorities and some of the intentions stated in the business plan. And I just wanted to bring up, though, so something that was pointed out by one of my colleagues as we discussed this that I think is a good thing to consider as we move forward with trying to get more, home inspections really understand the need for housing repair and maintenance and take that to the federal government. But she was saying that the danger of providing home inspections or audits, if there is not an intention to actually make sure that those repairs get fixed, then you might be raising people's expectations or sort of giving them false hope, and they're opening up their homes and their privacy to have someone go in and go through and decide what all the repairs are needed, and then might get very disappointed if those repairs don't happen. So I want to make sure that we put the control in the hands of community governments, Indigenous governments, and ensure that people are aware of what we're trying to understand better the need and take those funding requests to the federal government or wherever funding might be available, and just make sure that people are fully on board and understanding what we're trying to do. And I do hope that we can make significant progress in addressing those, the repairs, the maintenance that does need to be done. There's a huge need, as my colleague from Trinidad Welladay was talking about. So I do hope that we can really make significant progress on that, but that we also don't give sort of unrealistic expectations to people everywhere that they're immediately going to get everything fixed. I want us to chart out a plan and make sure that we are doing it thoughtfully and diligently in setting out the pathways or the funding that will help us get there. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Lake North, to the motion. Minister of Housing N.W.T.
Speaker, again, I want to thank the member for bringing this motion forward today and acknowledge the importance of this topic. Meaningful partnerships with Indigenous governments are critically important in addressing the housing needs of N.W.T. residents. Housing N.W.T. will continue to work closely with other government departments, as well as having a conversation with Indigenous governments about what is needed in their communities to ensure good data about the investments required for various housing needs. In the Housing N.W.T. business plan, Housing N.W.T. intends to work with a nationally accepted housing needs assessment template to complete an assessment of all housing needs throughout the Northwest Territories, and to do so in partnership with Indigenous governments, community governments, and in addition, working with the member and his colleagues. Noted in the meetings in the MLA's riding, Housing N.W.T. will commit to working with Indigenous governments to assist them in securing funding to address housing priorities in their regions. I look forward to providing an update on all these efforts as part of our written response on this motion. Cabinet will abstain from the vote on this motion and will provide a comprehensive response to the House within 120 days as requested by the motion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister of Housing N.W.T. To the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor? Oh, sorry. Member from YELLOWKNIFE or Trinidad Welladay, you have the right to conclude your the motion. Sorry.
Yep. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleagues and also the minister for your response. And I think this is a good opportunity to understand that working outside the policy of government and coming together on a common issue, especially if it's a priority of this government. And I look forward to work with my colleagues to look for solutions. And I thank you for giving me your support on this motion. Merci. And I'd like to ask for a recorded vote too as well. Merci.
To the motion? Question has been called. The member from Trinidad Welladay is asked for a recorded vote. Those all in favor, please stand.
The member for Trinidad Welladay, the member for Detroit, the member for Yellowknife Centre, the member for Range Lake, the member for Nunavut Lake, the member for Montfouille, the member for Frame Lake, the member for Great Slave, the member for Mackenzie Delta, the member for Yellowknife North.
All those opposed, please stand. All those abstaining, please stand.
The member for Yellowknife South, the member for Cam Lake, the member for Hay River North, the member for Hay River South, the member for Nunavut Twin Lakes, the member for Nunavut.
To the motion, 10 yeses, 0 noes, 6 abstention. Motion has passed. Motions. Notice of motions for first reading of bills. Notice of motions for first reading of bills. First reading of bills. First reading of bills. Second reading of bills. Second reading of bills. Considerations in committee of the whole of bills and other matters. Minister Statement 4-20 brackets 1, Minister Statement 5-20 brackets 1, Minister Statement 17-20 brackets 1, Minister Statement 24-20 brackets 1, Table Documents 93-20 brackets 1. Colleagues, by the authority given to me as Speaker under Rule 2.2 brackets 4, I hereby authorize the House to sit beyond the daily hours of adjournment to consider the business of the House, with the member from Tuna-de-Wellity in the chair.
I now call the Committee of the Whole to order. What is the wish of the committee? I would like to go to the member from Nunavut.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, the Committee of the Whole wishes to consider Table Document 93-20, brackets 1, 2024-2025 main estimates, the Department of Education, Culture and Employment. Thank you.
Thank you. Does the committee agree? Does the committee, okay. Does the committee agree? All right. There we go. Wake up, everybody. Thank you. Thank you. We'll proceed with the first item. Members, we have agreed to review table documents 93-20, brackets 1, Department of Education, Culture and Employment. We will resume with key activity corporate management on page 37. Does the Minister of ECE wish to bring witness into the House?
Yes, please.
Does the committee agree? Thank you. Sergeant at Arms, please escort the witnesses into the chamber. Minister, Deputy Minister. Thank you. Would the Minister please introduce her witnesses? Would the Minister introduce your witnesses?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, to my left, I have Mr. Jamie Fulford, who is the Deputy Minister of Education, Culture and Employment. And to my right, I have Shannon Barnett Aikman, who is the Assistant Deputy Minister of Education and Early Learning.
Thank you, committee. Before the motion last night, members concluded questions. Therefore, we will proceed with a vote on this key activity. Education, Culture and Employment, Corporate Management and Operation Expenditure Summary, 2024-2025 main estimates, $12,456,000. Does the committee agree? Thank you. I'm going to go back and ask the question again. I'd like to have a show of hands. Education, Culture and Employment, Corporate Management, Operation Expenditure Summary, 2024-2025 main estimates, $12,456,000. Does the committee agree by show of hands? Motion's carried. Thank you. We should count that then. Okay, thank you. Moving on to early learning, beginning on page 39. With information on items on page 41 to 43. Are there any questions? Okay. I have the member, excuse me, from Great Slave. Oh, hang on a second.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, can the Minister please tell me how far along the department is into developing regulations for daycare workers under the $10 a day program, please? Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to go to the Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, can the member clarify if they're speaking in regards to the wage grid regulations?
Sorry, I'll go back to the member from Great Slave.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, and requirements for Yes, and the requirements for workers' education, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll go to the Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, those regulations are still in development, and so they go through a process where we work closely with the Department of Justice to do that, and then before they can go public for consultation, engagement, they must be translated, and so that's the part of the process that we are in right now, and so as soon as the translation is complete, then those will be available for public engagement. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll go back to the member from Great Slave.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. That's a nice shout back to Minister of Justice for more French translating drafters. I'm curious around specifically, what we're going to be asking of our workforce in the early childhood operator piece, especially around some of the asks for their education. And so does the Minister know when that piece will be out for public engagement, and hopefully this year, Mr. Chair? Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to go to the Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I will definitely put in a plug for, if anybody has any French translating drafters out there and who are both lawyers and very skilled in the language of French and translations, please come live in the Northwest Territories and make this your home. We have some work for you. Yes, as soon as we can get that done, that is something that I very much look forward to getting out for engagement and making sure that we can put that new regulation in play. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll go to the member from Greensleeve.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I'll let other members dive into this one. Thank you.
Is there any further questions from members? I'm going to go to the member from Rangeley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So for this, this budget proposes to create, I think, 75 new childcare spaces, which is a good thing. But what is the total need based on what we know of wait lists across the Northwest Territories? Thank you.
Thank you. I'll go to the minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, unfortunately, we don't have a master waitlist or a database capable of ensuring that people are only on a waitlist once. In the territory, we have anecdotal information from day homes and daycares, but unfortunately, we know that it's not accurate because having been in the situation myself, I can attest to the fact that as parents, we put our names on multiple lists to ensure that we make it to the top, hopefully, of one of them when we need childcare. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll go back to the member from Rangeley.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. And as a parent with young children in care, and I lost care and needed to find new arrangements, I can tell you it's not easy. And anyone who's still on those lists and does not have care, I have so much sympathy for. It feels like smuggling narcotics, like flying under the radar to try to get access somewhere because there's so few spaces. So my concern is we can say 75 new spaces across, and that's great, we're creating new spaces, but if the total need is 7,500, then this is nothing, right? Like in the grand scheme of things. So how are we measuring the need in a useful way that we can actually point resources at it? Because if the need is exponentially greater than 75, we have a lot more work to do in this area. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll go to the minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'd love to see a day where, people can put themselves on a list and we have a centralized database that is shared among licensed childcare providers, but we simply do not have that type of digital technology within ECE, let alone most of the government at this point in time. I would for sure love to see significant investments in digital technology and innovation in that area within the N.W.T, but it would take a significant investment, and it's one that I simply don't have the dollars for at this time within the department. That being said, I would love to be able to speak a little bit to infrastructure and the fact that we do need physical infrastructure to be able to create those spaces. So work is being done in that realm as well.
Thank you. I want to go to the member from Greensleeve.
Rangeley. Thank you. So how many spaces does the department currently fund? Thank you.
Go to the minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, we're just pulling up that information right now. Potentially, maybe we could come back to the member on the exact number of total spaces in the territory that we are funding. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I'll go to the member from Rangeley.
Thank you. If that comes up during this thing, just feel free to shout it out and I'll write it down. But I think that could potentially give us a sense of where we're at. So another concern I've heard is from day home providers is that the ratios could be tweaked to allow for more spaces, especially in the transition between infants to like child where there's a different ratio at play. And if we created a different space or different child to caregiver ratio, we could expand that a little bit and create less headaches for parents and improve the overall spaces without overburdening providers. Ratios, as I understand it, are not a scientific formula. They are just decided by a province or territory based on, I'm not sure what they're based on, and neither are the providers, but they vary from province to province. And some are more generous, some are less. So is the minister open to, well, yeah, this is a good question. So where do we get our ratio data from? What's the basis for our ratios? Thank you.
Thank you. I'll go to the minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, to start off, I'd like to answer the member's previous question. So we currently fund 1,956 spaces in the Northwest Territories. As far as the background on where those spaces come from, I would like to please pass to Assistant Deputy Minister Barnett Aikman.
Thank you. I'll go to the Deputy Minister.
Thank you. So at present, we have a breakdown of 308 spaces in the Beaufort Delta, 138 spaces in the Dutcho, 1,186 spaces in North Slave, 44 spaces in the Satu, and 280 spaces in the South Slave.
Thank you. I'll go back to the member from Range Lake.
Oh, I'm right. Okay, thank you for that response. Now to the ratios, the caregiver to child ratio. What's the basis for our formulas? Thank you.
Thank you. I'll go to the member from, the minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I don't have the historical information on where those numbers originate from. That said, however, I am familiar with the regulations that the member is speaking of and the concern especially around school-age children and after-school care, and can commit to following up with the member in further detail on that. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll go to the member from Range Lake.
Thank you. So is there any impediment to change those ratios from the department's perspective? Thank you.
Thank you. I'll go to the minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, the perspective of the system would be in order to ensure the safety of children in care. One of the things I know, just having spoken to people about this, especially in the last term, was in regards to, why can we have a certain number of kids in a classroom and then it shifts to after school care and we have less kids that are allowed to be less in the adult to child ratio that we are allowing in after school care programs. And one of the things that is communicated to me is because during the day when you have school ongoing, you've got a lot more adults in the school, you've got a lot more presence and a lot more supervision. And so once you shift to after school, a lot of people end up leaving the school, not the same amount of people in hallways, and ensuring, especially, for example, bathroom safety. And so I'm definitely more than happy to follow up on that, but safety is the number one. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll go to the member from Range Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, of course, the safety of children is always paramount and should be the key consideration to any policy around their care. Will the minister commit to reviewing the ratios with the Daycare Association and other daycare providers this fiscal year? Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to go to the minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, the N.W.T. Early Childhood Association has a very good working relationship with the department. I've had the opportunity to chat with them during multiple occasions and can definitely ensure that this is added to the conversation in an upcoming meeting for sure to make sure that we have kind of the full context of asks and then go from there. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll go back to the member from Range Lake.
Thank you. Well, thank you, and thank you for that commitment. And I think pleased the minister's perspective is that that's where the relationship's at, because when we started the term, that's not where it was at. I think there was still a lot of confusion in the daycare space with respect to the communications from the department. So I hope that good communication continues moving forward. Does the minister believe the funding is adequate to support our current system of subsidized daycare? Thank you.
Thank you. I'll go to the minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, definitely in our February sitting, we spoke a lot about wage grids and about funding to the sector. It was repeated quite a bit that in order to be able to increase the wage grid to be more on par, for example, with education assistance in our education system, that the Department of Education, Culture and Employment would need additional funding to be able to do that. That I have not been shy about repeating, and to be honest, I was surprised not to see an ask for additional ELCC funding come out of the report that was tabled by regular members earlier this week. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to go to the member from Nunavik-Bootleek.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I'd like to follow up a little on my colleague from Range Lake's comments around the funding. First of all, we've moved the needle a little on this for sure in the past few months. I keep in regular contact with the Children's First Society in Nunavik, and I know the minister has been working hard with the Territorial Society as well, and we have moved the needle a little up there, and it looks like they're not in the dire situation they were in, and that it seems like their operation is now moving forward, which is great, and the $10 million is great, but we are still in trouble. And I know the minister knows that as well. I appreciate that the number of vacancies, the number of spaces required is not tracked or waiting lists or whatever. But anecdotally, we know that we're in trouble in that we know, for example, Children's First Society has told me that if they had another building the same size they have now, they would fill it. Granted, they could find professionals to work in there. But so we know there's certainly a huge need in my community. I've gotten emails, and I know the minister has gotten them as well, from medical professionals in my community saying we're going to have to leave because we just can't find childcare, and it's unfortunate because they enjoy working there and enjoy living there. But bottom line is, unless they get some help with with daycare, they're not going to be able to stay, which is very, very troubling. So I guess my question is, yes, we've got here, but I'd like to ask the minister, and I know MLA Testard has said basically the same thing. What do you need? Because we know we have a problem. If it's a question of we need to put more funding into this, what do you need? And I'm sure the department has done some work on that, in order, because if we don't provide suitable daycare, we are going to lose, again, as I spoke about in many member statements, we're going to lose talent, or we've lost talent. People are leaving, doctors, teachers, and if they can't get suitable childcare, they can't come here, and it's unfortunate. So I guess, my first question is, what do you need? What would be your ask? Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to go to the minister, to the question.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if the goal is for our child care providers to be paid on par with education assistance across the territory, then the ask would need to be $3.5 million for wages and $3.5 million for compensation and benefits.
Thank you. I'll go back to the member from Nunavik-Bootleek.
Thank you. Excellent. So my obvious question is then, why is that not in here? Because I think it should be if we need it. So if we need that, let's get it in the budget. So are we talking then about being able to provide more spaces based on that, or just that's what we need to maintain our current levels of 1,956?
Thank you. I'll go to the minister, to the question.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, that would be to support recruitment and retention. So it would be for both of those. And just in regards to why is it not in here, there are a lot of difficult decisions to make. I am sure that every single one of the ministers you will see come sit in this chair would say that, if $20 million fell into their pockets tomorrow, they could have it spent in a minute. And so this is why we have these difficult jobs, is we have to decide where we're going to put that money and what the priorities are going to be right now, given our fiscal situation. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to go back to the member from Nunavut Lake.
I find this very frustrating. I do, because this is such an important issue. And we look at, we regularly we approve supplementals for infrastructure projects that are tens of millions of dollars over budget that we either mismanaged or got out of control. We can blame COVID and so on and so forth. And something like this that's just so important to keep professional people in our territory, not only providing the services of whether it be doctors or nurses or teachers or lawyers or childcare workers, but also coaching our kids in hockey and buying the groceries at our grocery stores and things like that I've railed on about in this legislature, about keeping people here, keeping those tax dollars here. To me, again, if we require $7 million, that $7 million should be there full stop. And we find that money, and I get it, we've got tough decisions to make, but this shouldn't be one of them. We should make sure that we have adequate childcare for anybody who wants to live in this in the territory. So, and then, does the department have a plan for looking at the additional spaces that we need over and above that as well? I mean, you said we had 1,956. You said 308 in the Beaufort Delta. Again, and I know it's anecdotal. I know we don't track that, but we do know we need it. I hear it from other members, and I hear it from members in the community. What would be a long-term plan to ensure that we're, again, looking at investing in more facilities and increasing those spaces? Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to go to the minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I absolutely agree with the member that childcare is very important. Having been a self-employed individual, when I had my 3 children at home, if I did not go to work, there was no sick days. There's no sick days when you're self-employed. So I absolutely understand that. As far as what is going on in the territory right now in order to create spaces, when we talk about policy change and policy evolution, one of the things that happened in the territory for the first time ever is if you live in public housing and you want to open a day home tomorrow, that will not be an impediment. So right now we have 14 communities in the Northwest Territories that do not have any childcare facilities, any licensed childcare facilities. People in public housing can open a day home, and ECE will work with them to do that. We have early learning and childcare coordinators who do that fine work and work very hard to try to make sure that people are supported to open day homes, and so that is something that can happen right now in the territory. Just last month, we had a visit from a federal minister to help make an announcement of $10.6 million over the next few years in order to inject infrastructure funding in our early learning and childcare facilities in the Northwest Territories. So whether that is renovating a space to make it conducive to support daycare spaces in a community or in a town, that funding is there. It is also available for new builds. And so what we're doing right now is working with childcare providers, working with Indigenous governments, working with education bodies in order to determine how those dollars are going to start flowing out of the N.W.T. and into communities so that we can start working on these 75 spaces as quickly as possible. Anecdotally, I know that, for example, the community of Fort Smith, very, very open and honest, very beautiful facility they have and that they're operating out of right now. They could fill another facility tomorrow. Inuvik, you've spoken about, same situation. Yellowknife, same situation. Norman Wells, ready to go with a childcare facility. So the need absolutely is there. The department is working as hard as it can to make sure that we are advocating at a federal level for additional funding and making sure that the feds also understand where we are at financially. And I know that we're not the only jurisdiction having that conversation. These agreements were put in place before record inflation, and that message is definitely being shared with the federal government as well. But we are working as hard as we can with what we have, and ensuring that we are being as supportive as possible to Northerners who want to set up day homes, because we absolutely value them and we rely on the good work that they do.
Thank you. I'm going to go to the member from Inuvik Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And again, like I appreciate the work that your department has done on this. You know, from all indications from Children's First Society and Nunavik, they're very appreciative of the work that's been done by you in the department, and that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying I want to give you more money. I think you need more money. We need to continue this. We need to make sure that we got it looked after. It's great that people in public housing can open day homes. I encourage people all the time, hey, if you're at home, open a day home. Hey, it's good income and you're providing for the community. So you may have answered this question. I wasn't sure. Not that you went on a little long or anything. Is there startup program funding available for people still? And I know this, I was at a trade show in Nunavik and it was brought up, I think ITI or someone had a trade show and they talked about, is there funding available for those who are interested in starting a day home? Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to go to the Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. The short answer to that is yes.
Thank you. I'll go back to the member from Nunavik Boot Lake.
That's it on this section, but more money. I want that $7 million in here.
Okay. Thank you. I want to go to the member from Montfouille.
Thank you. Thank you. Of the 1,956 childcare space that you just mentioned, so can you tell me how many of those are in Klitschko region, or is this number part of Klitschko region, or are they excluded?
Thank you. I'll go to the Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the spaces in Klitschko region would be licensed spaces, so any space that is licensed would be included in that 1,956.
Thank you. I'm going to go to the member from Montfouille.
Because she did mention, the Minister mentioned North Lake, and so, and I've been saying for quite some time that, Klitschko regions, I want to know about the Klitschko region because we're not part of the North Lake. So North Lake consists of, as I've said before, tuna day, walla days riding as well, so, but if you have the number, it would be nice, I would like to hear that number. And I know that in small communities, due to the population, I know many of the communities are not going to have childcare center, daycare center. So how many licensed day home is there in small communities?
Thank you. I'm going to go to the Minister.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I would need to come back to the member with that type of specific information about numbers for Klitschko communities. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to go to the member from Montfouille.
About it too, that we need more childcare spaces. I know that in Klitschko region, we do have a wait list for childcare services or childcare space within the licensed daycare centers. And at this time, we don't have a new daycare centers. We have daycare centers that are from houses that were retrofitted, fixed up to the standard. But there's a N.W.T, there's Petitions, Y.E.LLOWKNIFE. I know there was one in YELLOWKNIFE too, but this all depends on the population. So in N.W.T alone, they're using Klitschko government office building, and I know they've been asking for new daycare center in that community, and Y.E.LLOWKNIFE as well, and Petitions as well. So I'm just wondering if the Minister is working with the Klitschko government to build more daycare centers, and improve daycare centers, and rather than what we have right now. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to go to the Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So, Mr. Chair, in the $10.6 million that was mentioned, that federal funding announcement, how those dollars are going to roll out, that plan is being worked on in conjunction with sector stakeholders as well as Indigenous governments and education bodies to make sure that we're all working together. I know that a lot of this comes down to us making sure that we're stacking funding together, that we're working together with additional funding mechanisms to bring it all together and make sure that we are doing what we can with the dollars we have to create more spaces. I'd also just like to take this opportunity to say that if the member knows anybody in any of those communities that would like to open a family-run day home, that the department would absolutely be more than happy to speak with any of those people and let them know of the funding that is available to see that happen. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll go to the member from Montfouille.
I will let some people know, especially in the small communities. And so hopefully from this 10.6 million, we'll get 3 new daycare centers in Cleveland region. I'm just, so, or at least to one of the communities, that really needs the childcare services. But, and you said, so you don't know how this funding will be allocated. How is the department or allocating this fund? Is it based on need or for childcare services?
Thank you. I'll go to the minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I think what we've established today by going all around the room is that the need exists everywhere. This is not a challenge that is shared only with Northwest Territories communities. It's also a challenge that's shared clear across the country. And so that's what this group is coming together to do with engagement, is to figure out, okay, how are we going to do this, how are we going to see these dollars flow out the door? And the reality is as well, not everybody is going to have shovel-ready projects available right away. So there is going to have to be, for some entities, some planning phases as part of this, and definitely some stacking of funding. But the opportunity to work with Indigenous governments is really a beautiful opportunity. In this, I know that even in the members region, in the community of Bechko, Clecho government put together a daycare facility that I know that the member raves about, and I've had the opportunity to speak with her about, that offers complimentary childcare services to community members. And so those kinds of relationships are really important. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll go to the member from Montfouille.
Yes, thank you. Yesterday we talked about the theme day was for income support. And, when I know there are some parents, young parents, due to childcare space available, and the long wait list. So one of the excuses is that there's no childcare, no reliable childcare. So if this was, if we have more space, I think there will be more young people or young parents that can take advantage of this childcare services provided and go to work. But I know some of the excuses that no childcare services available, dependable childcare services. So it's good that the department is working with the Indigenous government and try to create more space and do something about it. So that's all. It's more of a comment. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to go to the member from Frame Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In the interest of time, I'm not going to repeat the compelling arguments made by the member for Inuvik Lake, but did just want to reiterate my support for what he was saying, and just state for the record, I would wholeheartedly support a supplementary appropriation coming forward from the department to better fund this area, because it's important to my riding also. And yeah, just want the minister to be aware that the support is there for it if she's able to bring something forward. Thank you.
Thank you. take that as a comment. I'm going to go to the member from excuse me, Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to get clarification. So you're talking about a need of $3.5 million for wages and $3.5 million for compensation benefits. Are we talking about top-ups for existing staff, or that money would be needed to hire new staff? Can you just explain how you reached that number? And yeah, thank you.
Thank you. I'll go to the minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, that would be the difference between what is currently being provided and what would need to be provided to make it on par. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll go to the member from Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So if I understand that correctly, that would mean, though, that we would need new infrastructure built along with that $7 million for new operating funding if we were to meet the need that you're talking about. So I understand the feds have just announced, this funding for infrastructure, but that obviously that would need to be figured out and built. Or can you clarify whether we have existing infrastructure that if we had the $7 million, we could, hire people and put those programs in place sooner? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I'm going to go to the minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, or Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, it's definitely a twofold one where if we want to be able to pay people on par with education assistance, then we definitely need the additional funding. Part of the additional funding hope as well is that you would incentivize more people to enter into that sector. And then of course we also do need the infrastructure funding as well to be able to pay for more spaces to be built. Do you want me to pass it to you?
Sure.
And Mr. Chair, through yourself, can I please pass as well to the Deputy Minister who would like to add something?
Thank you. I'll go to the Deputy Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just wanted to add that the early learning childcare infrastructure strategy that the Minister was referring to and upon which we're currently engaging contemplates a number of different options for building infrastructure, from building from scratch to utilizing an existing building to even contemplating a modular configuration. So we're trying to look at all possible options in expanding the amount of childcare infrastructure. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I want to go to the member from Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That at least helps clarify the situation a bit more in terms of starting to lay out a path in concrete terms of, what's needed and how might we get there. I think it's probably more than just adding $7 million into this budget and saying, go create all the spaces. There's some different steps required here that we need to order properly, but I am encouraged that we're at least talking numbers to be able to fill this gap and see a path forward. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I'll go to the minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I took that as a comment. I didn't hear a question from the member.
Thank you. What I'll do now is that I think the food is ready. We'll take a 30-minute break and we'll come back. And so we're continuing on 43, on pages 43 to 43. If there's any further questions from members that haven't spoken yet, I'll give you that opportunity to speak then. Okay, we'll take a 30-minute break. Thank you.